the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
It is the last day of the first half of the split of summer 2024. There's a lot to be said today. The last day and the last matches before the teams go into revenge mode. It is a spicy day because no one knows who's going to stay on the first place. But spicier than this desk? I don't think so. So let's introduce veteran and Rudu to the show. Welcome, let's talk about what is happening. How you folks feeling?
Oh, I am so ready for today, by the way, Arshram. The 5-way tie at the top of the table going into the end of the first day. Again, NLC last split, we went into the final weekend. We didn't know which 4 teams were going to make playoffs. We didn't know which 2 teams were going to be in the bottom. And we just keep delivering. Summer, I didn't think could be any closer. Yet we go into day 7. 5 teams have 4 wins and 2 losses.
Communicate with us, birds.
I mean, Okay, so obviously the league is extremely entertaining when we have everybody being this close to each other. I think DMG has been a really big, outstanding moment of the split. They've made the table interesting by being able to perform in a league with extremely strong past performers that have kind of redone themselves, past really good performers that have come back in. I'm trying to balance the bird while talking about all of this. It's bear with me a bit here. I agree with Rudid. If you want entertainment right now, the NLC is absolutely the place to be. You don't really know who's going to win, except for me, as per usual, at the top of the standings, along with Initialized right now. So it's more like a you problem, but it's still very entertaining nonetheless.
It's a skill issue for those who are missing predictions, apparently. Talking about missing predictions, let's talk to the both, like, we have no idea what they're doing in predictions. Hey, Hipfred. Hey, Fox, how you doing?
What are you trying to say, bro? What?
I mean, I accept this. I'm right at the bottom here. I'm struggling, so I can't say anything.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, that is
I don't know, bro. I don't know what to say about. I'm a little lost for words. I'm getting slammed by a guy who's got a camera that's 480p. What's that?
I agree 100%. I bought this 2 weeks ago and it said on the case 4K. I don't know where the remaining 3K wins.
Scam,
but
bro. You were scammed. What happened?
I don't know. It's not a Steel Cities. That's all I know. That's all I know. I need a Steel Cities one. Ah, painful. Well, let's toss it back to the desk. Thank you for bowling.
I mean, the theme for the NLC so far this split has just been bully the rest of the talent team. Now, Duckling had been getting this for the majority of the season anyway, so that wasn't really any different. But I'm glad that we've been able to extend, to branch out to a 480p camera, to, you know, put awful predictions. And Foxdrop, shout out to him, just holding the L. Bottom of the table, no excuses. He just says he sucks.
You know what? I like that we're sharing the weight. Where's Middlecott?
I can go bring him in if we need.
Nah, I saw the picture. Don't do it.
The NLC's not ready for the picture of Middlecott, you're right.
It is not. Something is new, but also something is important to bring up into this broadcast. It is the schedule. So you need to see the standings for today.
Beautiful,
with Ruddy, Venom Crest, Nord, LLS, and DMG. They're all sharing the first place. Everything can change today, but I don't think it will.
So, I don't remember who it was that came up with this Omega Cope last weekend, or last week, that said that Verdant and Natives in this situation are effectively second because they have the second best score. That was a little crazy to me, and I need to call that out first of all. They need to hold their
wrong,
6th place
though?
above their head. Yes!
What if
Very
they win
wrong.
2 games this week?
I mean, for me, the thing with every single one of those teams, right, is that even if they are all really close like this, every team has some strong individual player that can be that big playmaker, game for game for game, right? So when I see them all this close, I see the individual talent of the NLC. It's actually really extremely close to each other right now. And then there's Blue Whites.
And what
We
I
were
would
going
say
to talk
as
about
well,
that. Yeah, tell me, Reddit.
I was looking at the table, and obviously you've got natives who are down at 2 and 4. What I was expecting, looking at their wins, was that they probably just cashed in on blue whites, got their win against Verdant as well. And yes, they've got the blue whites win, but their second win doesn't come versus Verdant. Actually, up against Venom Crest, who is one of our 4 and 2 teams, right? There's all in the 4 and 2 teams. There's that rogue loss that you're just not expecting. So it's one of those little situations that even natives who are a little bit lower down have got that potential to take games off the better teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you can end up. Sorry, that's just the only way that you can end up with the kind of standings like this, right? Because it's never really like you have Block A and then Block B, like the winners one and then the losers one. You have this interlinking set of he's beating him and he's beating him, but he's beating him and he's beating him, and then there's a rock, paper, scissors that makes no sense because we dragged it out towards 8 teams. That's the scenario we're looking at right now. That's why every single game matters, because there's going to be a playoffs run at some point, and we could be in the last week again, the classic NLC special, not even knowing really who's going to playoffs.
Yeah, tiebreaker could be like a 10-game series of what's happening. Nobody will know.
No.
But I think nobody's no longer allowed to come into interviews and say, we're still adapting. That is over.
True.
I think, that time is over. No more.
Done.
Is
You
that
know
like
what?
the red
Those
card?
What?
Red card, just no more interviewing for you if you say
the
that you
bird
get
will
immediately
step
struck
in and
off.
slap. The
Yeah,
Twitter will
okay.
slap. But also, if you're keen to understand who those key players are that Veteran was talking about, might as well show you for the Fantasy League. So if you're playing that, well, you're doing a good job. If you're not, you need to sign up. So these are the top 5 players that stood out on the previous week. You see some relevance in players that belong to a specific team, but other ones are stepping up as well. And the chaos that Veteran was talking about is showcased more and more often. If you don't know what is the Fantasy League, well, might as well go onto Twitter, sign up for that one, because if you win at the end of the show, at the end of the split itself, you get yourself these amazing prizes. There's no webcam, by the way. I need one, but you can win one of those 3. I know.
I mean, you're the reason there is no webcam, Arsham. They're clearly taking the one best webcam they've got ready to send out to you. You know, maybe playoffs ready. We'll see brand new Arsham in 4K, high quality. I can only tell
paid
you.
so much for this. This is not legal. I've been robbed.
One player. So I mean, speaking of inconsistent quality, one player I do want to highlight there is Nata, right? Because Nata historically has been a King of Spring player, right? He starts really well, can have a really strong. He actually won an NLC split before in the past, and then typically. Many things happen, there's some inside baseball with it, but summer is typically not it for him. But this does make him a one-split wonder, and he's doing his one split now in summer, in a late EMEA Masters run, in going through to that off-season everyone really cares about, the one going into 2025 between years. This could be the optimal kind of setup for Nata here to be that wonder boy. He's performing really well so far. Hopefully he can maintain it as long as he usually does, because if they go into EMEA Masters, he could be going for a longer run than he's used to. For me, the question is, could he crash out before that point? Because we're unused. It's new to see him being that summer guy. He's usually the spring guy. So see if it's a one split thing or a seasonal thing, or maybe it's just a new consistent version of Nata.
And his challenge for today is quite hard. Might as well look into the schedule so you understand. He's going to be playing at the last game versus Nord, but starting up with Natives versus DMG, followed up by LLS and Venom Crest. That is going to be the match of the day. Verdant will take on Blue Wise. This is going to be a spicy one. We'll talk about that further on. And as we were talking about, the two teams that said, well, we're going to get first place regardless. Ruddy versus Nord. But that's the last game.
Yeah.
Hold on to your horses. That's dessert, okay? Let's start talking about something which, tell me, Veteran, you have your hands raised up.
No, well, wherever subject you want to talk about, I'm down.
I'm going to hop in. I'm going to take
Do it.
The conception that the Blue Whites versus Verdant game is going to be spicy. Arsharam, I think we were having some discussions backstage. Spicy is a word in the sense that it is going to explode on the rift. The potential for a 50-kill game in 20 minutes was your exact words to me for the level of kills, action that we're going to be expecting to see. So I'm going to be holding you to that first of all. It's a hidden prediction point that's on the cards for you. But the expectation with these two teams looking a little weaker in the relative to the standings is that we could be in for some fisticuffs of some sorts.
And in fairness to Archeron, even if we aren't, Verdant have been the guys bringing out the really creative drafts. Like, from Ruddy, we like their drafts because they're generally just ridiculously difficult rock-like formations to do anything into. But with Verdant, they're like, I feel like doing Nasus mid today. Nasus bot today, I mean. How are we all feeling about that, right? And they're like, why not?
You've never had a
just
better
why
idea
not?
in your life,
You know?
actually.
Yeah, just like,
I'm so on board.
it's just like, I love it, man. I love it. Brilliant. Like, he's my favorite range champ in the game.
I played Teemo. Can we do it? Well, we're going to do it anyway. I love that idea. And it's going to be spicy. That is the word that I brought it up. I don't know the result. But I know predictions are wild as well. Somehow Foxtrot will surprise us, even though... Let me see. What is he? What is he?
Last game of the day.
Wow, the fiver on Nord is the big
Yeah.
call. That's the big call from Foxtrot. Honestly, anybody putting a fiver on that last game, they're gambling some big points.
Hip
Yeah.
right.
Well, I mean, Hip Brain, yeah, but like Hip Brain is currently at the bottom of the standings, right? So that makes a bit of... Actually, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I don't want to take that crown away from the king of losing middle call. But Hip Brain does need to try to make some ground, right? So it makes sense he does blue-whites. But the fiver on Ruddy versus the fiver on Nord, we've paired these guys together. They're casting that game together. That's
There
going
will
to be a
no
spicy
bias.
cast.
No
Oh
bias
my
on that cast whatsoever.
I'm going to love watching that.
Well, in order to do that, this is the last day of the first half of the split, and we need to talk about the importance of these matches of today. I wanted to highlight a few specific teams and understand where they are, how they're playing, and how can they move forward. We talk about the entire pack, not the middle, not the top, not even like the second place, which is a weird second place as you brought up, Rudude. I want to start by natives. I need to understand what is happening because they need to start winning. And with that in mind, I need to understand the champion pool as well. Veteran and Rudu, do you have a lot of knowledge inside of the game? This is a weird champion pool that they brought up.
They honestly, the fact that they found
Should
a
be
win
something on your screen.
last week, last week versus Natives. Versus Venom Crest is the big deal for me because going into last week, I was thinking, okay, it's blue whites, then it's natives, and then we've probably got the rest of the pack. Maybe Verdant can make a bit of a challenge with Errol coming back in. But they took a game off of Venom Crest, a team who were looking very, very strong going into last week, and all of a sudden, you have to start considering whether natives have got that little bit of sauce in them to maybe start pushing into that playoff pack as well. The champion pools that you've talked about for Arsharam and for natives, excuse me.
There we go. Hey!
There we are. Vamonos. Yeah, Painful's the leader of that for me. I love that we're seeing things like Zed and Yone, obviously Alex on Ruddy, no exception, but there's a good couple bits here that natives are happy to throw out.
I
You
mean,
have
it's
everything.
very- Yeah, sorry. You go on. You go on.
No. I want to hear you because this has everything.
Skirmishing. This is a skirmish-heavy champion pool that I am looking at here. This is a team that wants to fight, that wants to take the fight to you, that wants to force on these objectives. Because when I see Trist, when I see Yone, when I see Zed, I'm thinking about those angles. When I see that jungle pool of Xin Rek'Sai, I see Duelist. I see 2v2, 3v3, everyone on the map all the time. Explosion to explosion to explosion. The whole place is a battlefield. This is an active team, and they want to actively take the fight to you, and they want to win those fights. Venom Crest, that's very similar to the style that they were doing before. So it makes sense that that clash was actually so strong and so like that actually became a bit of an upset for everyone involved and a bit of a question mark. But they were essentially taking that style to the kings of them in total, right?
Yeah.
So when you look into this team, what is the play style you would brought up?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it
skirmish.
really just seems skirmish oriented. I think that
Yeah.
one of the leading catalysts for that is Ball, their support. Has an exceptional rel. Even in week one, his rel was looking really good. Even when they weren't finding wins, it was just solid performance. Last week, we got to see the rel find the win, like I say, up against Venom Crest. And whenever you're looking for engaged supports, you're looking for skirmishes like that, feels like Venom Crest falling victim to that, and that natives are really starting to come into their own with it.
And huge trust in that man in the mid lane, right? The guy who was that big playmaker for, or one of the rocks actually. There were two big playmakers on that Venom Quest lineup last time, but the rock on that last time was Painful himself. They did show with that Seraphine Ivan composition with Tristana mid that they were willing to put him in as the full-on carry. Still very fight heavy, still very skirmish heavy, but it was all about that man in the mid lane, right? And so that trust that they have in him, that's the thing that's going to be propelling them through if they are to get a win.
Well, that's the first team. The second one that I wanted to highlight is Light Side. I think this team has a lot, and this could be the team that could just steal away the first place or second place, but everybody is looking at Nord and Brody. How do you feel about this?
So they've very quietly become an exceptional team. You take a look at the fantasy picks from earlier on. Their two solo laners were in there. Ruddy held the candle for it in week 2.
There we go. Hey!
Yeah, here we go. Obviously, Elijah, the top lane, was all top of fantasy. Fruity Fresh has been exceptional as well. Like, we just look at those statistics, you know, second, first, third, doing very high damage per minute. Nothing to snuff your nose at whatsoever. And quietly, like I mentioned, team that I think came into this regular season with very few expectations has emerged almost as one of our top teams.
As a Division 2, Division 3 aficionado, I was very excited to see if Fruity Fresh would be able to make stuff like the Aurelion Soul work. Because we didn't see that much of it in NLC 2, but we saw more of it than we saw literally anywhere else on the planet. And the fact that he was willing to bring it out, and that his mid lane was bringing out the complementary picks with it, it's like, okay, I am seeing a continuation of that NLC 2 system. I think it was Rich Gang they were with, of that NLC 2 system with Sumi and Fruity Fresh into NLC 1. It's proof that these NLC 2 teams that are developing have the ability to take it to the tier 1 teams. Lightside, they've silently been moving up, but this isn't a team that has just been formed like Venom Crest was. There are so many Venom Crest analogies here, sorry, but Venom Crest were our team last time around that just spawned into existence. This team didn't just spawn into existence. This is a system that had an entire split to develop in the NLC 2. It's proof of why that system matters so much, the NLC 2 system, and now the system that Lightside are playing in-game. This has been a long time coming, and I'm really glad to see it's been really successful. Keep up those picks, Slam Aurelion Soul.
Slam Aurelion Soul, play bot lane. They know exactly what they're doing with it. I want to take the chance to highlight Sumi's champion pool. Mid lane, typically a role with mages filling it. Now, I will give the caveat that this split has been very AD mid focused, and the meta has revolved around AD mid laners. But Sumi so far has played one Talia game, and that is his sum total of mages for the regular season. Opened up the split with a Tryndamere mid lane to just give you a sample of what this player is going to be going for. That's the type of the type of adverse drafts that you have to prepare for when you're playing up against Lightside. It's not something that I think has necessarily got them the super juice in drafts, and they've managed to come away with wins based solely off of it, because they know how to execute as well, and that's more of the problem.
And the Nasus mid, right? That was when I was thinking of the Nasus spot, the Nasus mid spawned into my head earlier. It was Sumi that brought out the Nasus mid, but these are really good complementary picks. AD champs in mid lane are a big deal right now. At tier 1 level in the LEC, we see Ezreal, Kai'Sa all of the time now. In mid lane, we've seen Tristana be a staple full season 14. But for these guys, it doesn't end there. It's a Tryndamere, as you said. It's a Nasus, as you said. This opens up mage bot lane for Fruity Fresh. So anything is a flex pick in these guys' hands. You can't adequately prepare for them enough, and if you do prepare for them, well, you can't be preparing for the second team you're going to be playing that week. So there's always an opportunity cost when you go against Lightside. How badly do you need to beat Lightside? And that will always be an advantage that they have, because they've played these matchups much more than any opponent that they could have played or could have prepared for.
You brought in something so important, the idea that this has been built for a long time.
Yes.
So it should work, and it's working. When you look into the other team that is specifically the same, Blue Whites, that had to step in from Division 2 to Division 1. They're going through some issues, and they also built something up. But as soon as Custom was brought in, things are taking it a little bit, like, there's some difference. Obviously, success is still not there. You only played 2 games. But there's a difference. They're saying that they're finally feeling comfortable playing within the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one thing to be able to import, like, the entire team, but that's not the same thing as importing the system. What you want to be doing is you want to be able to identify the actual core components that your team has been playing around, and that every other part of the team essentially works within, rather than commands. And for this team, they correctly identified it was mid AD carry. The whole team's done around that. For other teams, it could be, like with Venom Crest, it was actually, we talk about Painful Lob, it was actually support jungle, right? That they rolled the whole bit. You want the Venom Crest system, those are the 2 you need. They were able to build more players around that. They'll be able to do those roles better, because now they understand what they have, right? So do the other roles better, with that core remaining. Blue Whites didn't get the luxury of doing that because they had to jam in at the last minute. Now, with this guy, they've found the first guy that they can put into the pre-existing system that they had working and be like, okay, we know what we're dealing with, so let's optimize. And this is the first bit of optimization for Blue Whites. I'm really glad that they're feeling good about it because that puts them in the right direction. There's a working system in Blue Whites. You just have to optimize all the other pieces because that's the natural progression you should have going from tier 2 into tier 1. MDK obviously a really good example of that. The core of that was mid ADC support. The top jungle was always whatever for that system for years and years, right? So they could keep switching out.
So it seems like we're about to jump into the first game. We'll talk about the remaining team as soon as we jump into the game that they are going to be playing. I want to talk about Natives and DMG. Rudude, specifically before we jump into the Champion Select, you told me that you wanted to highlight a specific part of DMG. We talked about Natives previously. So what is sticking up to you on DMG as we jump into Champion Select, Brandon?
Well, now we've got the players here, make it even easier. Bucci, we've hyped up a lot, but I want to take this time to actually highlight Bitzer after a really solid week last week. Pulled out a really good couple of performances on carry junglers. You know, one of them, Karthus, Power Farms presses are, looked really, really solid. But that step up from Bitzer is what has made DMG look a lot more convincing as a core unit, because previously Bucci had been 1v9ing a game or two, Namex popped off on a game and kept the team winning, but with Bucci not needing to be the superstar top laner that we know that he can be, and having a few better roles, like Veteran was saying, the other pieces of the system starting to thrive as well, it gives DMG just that extra boost to how strong they can be.
And for me, like, I want to give a big shout out towards Snarby there, right? I actually think Snarby is one of the best, kind of like most impactful supports that I saw in NLC previously when he was back here on Domino Esports, if you remember that. We were casting him, and he was basically abandoning bot lane permanently, which is base. AD carries deserve less than nothing.
The Snarby special was base at level 2 and go mid.
Yeah,
just
it was
always.
But it was extremely effective, and the fact he was thinking about the game in those terms really early on, he was doing the macro version of the caps int until I get the mechanic correct, even if I go 0 and 22 thing, right? He was doing the macro, map-wide version of it, and I'm really glad to see that that development's been working out. And shout out to Nomix as well. I was watching a lot of his games over in, well, he's had a really good career with DMG so far. I did watch some of his games while he was over there with Bloodline, and he was always performing really well, especially on the Lucian there. So glad to see him being brought up as well, with Snarby who's being brought back.
Keep in mind, we're playing on patch 14.12. This will be our first day looking into that patch. A few changes appear, but not that relevant. Corki was a little bit tweaked, but he's still an awesome pick. To those who have been watching LEC, this is what can you expect. Ezreal has been sticking out a little bit more, so maybe we can see that one as well. Skarner now being picked from Natives. Well, they can close up the first half with what? Because there's a support on the other side. Do they match it?
Looks like they're going to opt into... Yeah, this is a flex, you're not wrong. But if they want to just take either... I mean, this is a triple flex in this case then, right? You have Sejuani that can go top jungle support. You have Skarner who can go top jungle as well. So you're giving away nothing on this blue side for the time being, which is pretty much what you're looking for in your first 3 picks. What you do have already, even without knowing what role they're going into, solid frontline, solid DPS. As soon as this Tristana hits a couple of items, going to be dealing damage, and that frontline is going to exist regardless.
You want confirmation on the full bot lane. The support itself is not the most important thing to be counter-picking for. Especially like for many metas we don't play full on lane bully bot lane. So we want your support pick to be able to counter the team identity or counter the full 2v2 bot lane, and they don't have the option to do either because that Corki could be flexing towards the Tristana in mid lane, or the Tristana itself could be flexed elsewhere as well. They want to know what they are matching the Corki with. They don't know that yet, so they're going to hold off on the support pick. The jungle blind is going to be a much better area to effectively blind, given that you are realistically blinding support.
And there's a lot of flex just throughout the draft as well. We talked about Natives, all of their options. So far, DMG as well have gone for a little bit of the same. Corki can go mid or bot. The Gragas can be slotted into the jungle if Bitzer wants it. Bucci, we've seen the Gragas from Bucci a few times as well. So there's a couple of options there for DMG. They've got the power of red sides. They've got the power to hold their cards close to their chest right up until the end of the draft, right up until Natives have revealed all of their picks. The obvious issue that they might run into is whether they think Skarner goes top or jungle. Same to be said for the Sejuani, but same sort of archetypes for what you would expect to try and play against it.
So Karthus being
with
removed
this
as last one. Oh,
yeah,
that's not going to be
the
picked.
span is really good. Yeah, I mean, the Karthus ban is definitely really good here. Corki is no longer that, like, AP-heavy champion that we were used to. Basically a mid-range AD assassin now, which makes the matchup in Tristana really interesting. If you ever mess up against Tristana now, you can't really get effective damage safely. You will get snowballed on perpetually. You can play it, but it's difficult. Equally, the Lilia makes a lot of sense here for DMG. Because of the aforementioned, right? The Corki is going to be able to function with the Lilia. It's not going to be full AP damage on top side. They do the Corki, so they save the Corki flex as well. They can go into last rotation of AD carry, deny knowledge of what the full bot lane is, and this leads to natives doing essentially a double flex, right? Both Tristana and Ezreal can go in the mid lane, and both Tristana and Ezreal can go in the bot lane. That Camille, though, you best believe it goes one place. Pantheon being hovered, I'd be really interested if that gets locked in.
That's a shout out.
This is a shout. Yeah, this is the Archeron special. This is like a little tip of the hat to our fair host, which is always respected.
I think Archeron looks a lot like Tryndamere, by the way. I wanted to bring this up when you pointed out the Tryndamere mid. Yeah, no, I think you could pull off a Tryndamere cosplay. I'll be honest.
I need to grow my hair again.
There you go.
How much stronger is your right arm than your left arm? Or are we not allowed to ask that on broadcast?
I mean,
ooh.
Gym wise, keep in mind Golden Penny is a sub, so there's a
move on! Quick!
Dodged.
Dodge the question. No, it's a valid point to bring up. Natives are playing with a substitute AD carry this time round. Golden Penny subbing in, so I think getting a little bit of comfort for them is something that will be valuable. Expect whichever of these ADs ends up going into Golden Penny's hands to be the one that they're more comfortable with.
This is a really good Jinx composition. You have the displacement, isolation, and burst that you need to get a reset composition going. Pretty much everyone there can just give their lives to the Jinx, and there's so much mixed damage there, you can't just itemize against that Jinx. Into a really good anti-Jinx comp. Leona is your ranged engage on towards that Jinx. Both Tristana and Ezreal can act as ranged DPS matches, and they're both high mobility champions. They're not easy to catch out and isolate to get that initial reset off. I will say Jinx comps are less viable now that Lethal Tempo is being removed from the game, and DK has probably been the team that suffered the most from that. But in this game, it's really down to execution. It's really down to skill. This is very winnable for both sides. They both have very good tools to both execute their composition and counter the other. So this is truly a case of may the best team win in one of the closest leagues in all the ERLs right now.
It's spicy. I think that's the word we're going to use throughout the remains of the
Spicy.
day.
Word of the day.
Spicy. It is. If you don't like it, well, give us a new one.
We're going to have to start making like curried lists in terms of like the spice level, right? Are we going straight in at Vindaloo? Are we starting on a corner?
No.
Like, what's
this
the spice level,
like
you know?
Chicken tikka masala, you know, something smooth. Right. There's some sauce into it. But about to talk about the sauce, might as well toss it to the casters. Fox drop in Hip Rain, who doesn't know how to cook.
Where do I go from that from toss, man? Like, what's your favorite sauce? What is your favorite sauce?
I mean, are we still talking spicy stuff?
Oh, no, just
like
sauce in general. What sauce? What's your go-to? Don't say ketchup. Don't be that guy.
Like a ketchup, like a mayo, like a condiment, or like a...
Yeah, like a sauce, right? Like, I guess sauce isn't like pasta sauce isn't a condiment.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's just go
it's
condiment. We really should be talking about the game, but condiment first of all.
Ketchup. Can't go wrong with ketchup. It's versatile.
Solid.
What can I say?
It's very versatile. Anyway, I think we're getting ready to go into the game. Let's see who's gonna win this one. Right, enough about food, enough about grub. Let's see who's going to be a scrub this game. Natives versus DMG. DMG have been the team who have caused upset and have been maybe the biggest surprise team in the league this split so far, sitting tied with a bunch of teams at the top of the tables. I don't think anyone really expected this performance from DMG.
I agree. I thought DMG would be maybe, you know, one of our weaker teams here in the NLC, but they have really, really surprised. And to be honest, it's not just that they've been winning, but I think the way they've been winning and just the performances they've been putting out has been really impressive, to be honest. I think Bucci has looked like one of our best top laners in the entire league, and I think across the board you can put a lot of praise to all these players, but I do want to put a bit of a highlight on Bitse as well. Like, I think as a jungler, he's been really solid. He's read the map really well. He's done some really good invades, and like his jungle pathing as a whole is really smart. So yeah, DMG definitely a team that's been pleasantly surprising, and up against Natives here, a team who I would say kind of the opposite, right? Unpleasantly surprising us with struggling so far. So this is quite an important one for these teams to really solidify their identities here in the NLC.
I'm very glad to see Natives did get the read and just ban the Cassante from Bucci. Was surprised to see, you know, the fact that Skarner got through. I think Skarner's been the highest pick ban champion in the league. I think it's been banned pretty much every game. So it's surprising to see that Theoloris gets his hands on it, and it is very potent right now. So keep our eyes on how they're going to be able to handle this matchup on the top side of the map. Bucci, for the moment, though, has got the belly bops, though. It's just going to be able to get himself a bit of additional damage and pressure out to Theoloris. Theoloris picking up the boulder. Able to trade back out. But I expect top to be a little bit chill for a little while. I'm curious where we're going to see action. If we have a look at the jungle pathing right now, both started on the red side, so they'll be clearing in opposite directions from one another. So Bitsy will be top, bottom side for any plays that could potentially go down, and Hybrash could potentially go up for a gank to get Theoloris snowballing ahead. But Skate Rot so far having a bit of a hard time here versus Painful. Painful having some pretty solid trades versus him early.
Yeah, both of these mid laners are quite low here, which could draw the attention of these junglers. You would give the advantage, I guess, to a Sejuani in these ganks, but because it's Tristana who's, you know, Painful's around under the tower here, Bitsim might potentially look towards doing something there, but to be perfectly honest, like, there's no good gank set up. You know, Corki just jumps away. Sorry, Corki has no CC, and Tristana can just jump away, so good wards here, though, in the bottom side of the river to keep Painful safe, and I think this is what's really crucial when you're playing laners that have really good lane push or lane priority, and that tend to play under the enemy team's tower. You have to have vision to match that, because they're so vulnerable to getting ganked, to getting roamed on, just like that, right? Snubby easily could have blown Painful's flash, but the ward keeps him alive, so it's not just enough, you know, to push and to get that lane priority and to get that strength. You have to match up with the vision, and so far Natives have done really well with that.
Yeah, they really have. Still fairly early in the game. Obviously, first clears are now done. Crabs are going to be finished up, and junglers will be going for the reset. Neither really had an opportunity to make a play happen. Hybrish is on the top side of the map, but Bucci, fresh off a teleport, back to top lane, resets, grabs himself the tier, gets a full stock of health and mana. I think it's going to be very hard for him to really make a play, although we can see that Hybrish is potentially looking at jumping in on Skate Rot. Skate Rot has no flash. We'll leave that Valkyrie available to him as he's getting jumped onto immediately. They do catch him with the Arctic Assault. Skate Rot's under tower, pinned in place. They're getting the damage down, but Skate Rot gets himself taken out for first blood. Painful goes down. 1-for-1 in a 1 versus 2. Skate Rot can't be too disappointed with that one, and the waves walking towards him. He doesn't lose out all that hard there.
That's the big one right there, is the position of this minion wave. It's smart for Hybraj to be shoving this under the tower right now, so that he can try and get it under the turret and deny Skate Rot what he can, but these death times early game are so short. I don't think Skate Rot's going to miss too much at all, and you know, in a 2 versus 1, yes, you lose out on first blood, but you still trade kills, and you also get the Tristana flash. Not too bad at all. Bit of a fumble there, I would say, overall from Natives.
Yeah, real fumble. I think they went in just a tad too early. Skate Rot could have maybe stepped a little bit further forwards, and one extra tower shot could have been saved that way, and that would have been all the difference maker. But Skate Rot on this Corki actually got a cloth armor early, knowing that this is going to be quite a lot of trading, quite a lot of auto attacks coming in from Painful. So building to be able to sustain, or at least survive it with that fleet footwork and the armor. A little bit harder to find the picks off, as Dragon has now spawned up, and you can see immediately Natives actually collapsed in on it. Hybrish is able to get there. Snubby knows this is happening, hasn't got his jungler in the area, and what's really great about this is the instant collapse of Natives now means that Hybrish and maybe Bull can be in position to contest the grubs that will be spawning up in the next 15 seconds. So that's a really big one for them. Theoloris does lose a trade topside though, so he's going to have to go for a reset if they do want to contest these grubs.
You can see these solo laners already from DMG are starting to take over the game. Both Bucci and Skate Rot a lot of pressure in their respective lanes. Low HP for natives here in top and in mid. So there should be a free grub take for Bitzo, who has already started up, and Hybridge knows this is happening. He's going to go for that mid gank instead. He's only level 5, no ulti. I don't think too much is happening here. Painful, not going to jump in, which I do think would be a mistake. So going to play that one a little bit chill instead. This is the problem with the pre-6 Sejuani, but hold on, topside.
Loris has already used the Impale. Bucci has to flash away from the boulder getting thrown at him. We'll be able to shove the wave in, but Bucci, that was a pretty rough fight for him. Lost a lot of HP there, lost the flash. Did obviously throw that cast down.
Oh,
Actually, we see a rocket getting thrown out. Is it going to make a connection onto anyone? I do not believe so. Goes wide. And Bitsy just going to do a little bit of counter jungling. Does have to be careful though. He doesn't actually have a top laner to back him up if anyone checks.
That was a DMG Jinx rocket, obviously, and
yeah,
the only person on the top side of that map was his teammate Bucci. I'm not quite sure, like, well, yeah, I don't know. That was maybe a bit of a 3000 ping play. Yeah, not sure about that one. It's all right though. It's just a Jinx, so not a big deal. He resets anyway. That's almost halfway down on the cooldown anyway. Pretty even across the board here though so far in this game. Only 7 minutes in, but dead even across the goal totals. I'm quite interested to see, of course, with this the split of the objectives so far often gives us a bit of an indication as to what these teams are going to look to do when these objectives respawn. I wouldn't be too surprised to see DMG actually go into this like split dragon play, so you know, trying to contest this second dragon instead of letting 2 dragons go over to the side of natives, because there's not really too much value out of the grubs for these guys this game. Usually you want to pair grubs with a really strong split pusher, and I don't really think that DMG have that in their pocket. You never know with Bucci, of course, but as a Gragas, that shouldn't really be a thing. I
would say it's a bit of a denial. Tristana, famously one of the best tower takers in a game. You know, once you get that first item, you can walk up to the tower with the grubs and your E. You will cut through towers and plates will disappear very quickly. It's painful. So it's ultimately I think it was just a cross map because they knew the dragon had happened. So they knew that DMG had that natives had invested into the bottom side of the map. But it is also a bit of a denial pick for them. And those grubs, you know, if you can get those 6 grubs later, your ability to take the tower is massively accelerated off the back of that. So it's a pretty good buff regardless. So that'd be my argument for, you know, not being all that bad for them. But I would like to see them contest this next dragon. Even if it is just a Chemtech, kind of slow down the potential of a Dragon Soul win condition on the other side.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. A Tristana with 6 grubs would be something. But now that you've already got those 3, you know, my point is you can probably sacrifice and give these up.
Yes.
This next set of grubs. That is a big old trade though for Corki on a Tristana. Half health for basically nothing in return. That is painful. Oops, if you excuse the pun, that one hurts.
Oh, hold on.
It looks like Bucci's in trouble now. No flash.
He does have the cast though. He's going to get caught out by the Impale. Sends Hybridge away, but he is locked down, pinned in place with a permafrost. Hybridge finds himself the kill. Nice and easy. That's very, very... bit of a misposition there from Bucci. I think he probably should have casted Fearloris and not the jungler coming in on him.
Yeah, I think that would have been probably the better thing. But you probably could have buffered the Gragas ulti with a Skarner ult, right? So that when you see the Gragas cast the ult, you cast Skarner ult, and then as you're flying back, you actually probably still would grab Gragas. He's not exactly the skinniest bloke on the Rift, is he? So that hitbox might still clip him. But yeah, either way, that is a nice little kill there to the top side of the map there for Hybridge. I think, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things, however, yes, it is a kill, but I don't think it really means too much.
No, they don't really net anything off that, do they?
They don't. Yeah, they didn't get anything from it, and getting a kill onto the Sejuani or the Skarner, either one, you know, it was the Skarner, it was the Sejuani in this case, but either way, like, the game's still gonna play out exactly the way it was going to play out before that kill happened, you know, so... Yeah,
I do believe it gave natives the ability to move in and actually take these grubs, though. They've rotated their top side up, their bot side into top side. Going to be able to pick 3 grubs up in response. DMG were all on a reset across the map, so there was no contest available to them. And Bitsy's only just got back into their jungle, so they're going to be heading towards that dragon, but they're going to get contested. This is potentially going to be a bit of a brawl for it. The difference is Namex will be in the close area where Golden Penny will not. Golden Penny does obviously have that true shot barrage, and it looks like Natives are posturing for a potential contest here. You see Namex making his way over, Bull trying his best as Peerloris just jumps in, and the leash has already started from the side of DMG. Dragon will be resetting, as you can see that bar timing out, and it's like there's not really going to be too much of anything going on, just boulder tosses coming in from Peerloris on loop, and Golden Penny has made their way down. Teleport not available to Bucci, so I think DMG is just going to have to give up this Dragon, and that's going to be a second one into Native's pocket.
That's good stuff as well. All they had to do there while DMG were on Dragon was to buy time and scare DMG away, because Golden Penny was, whoa, Kidoki, that is going to be Jinx's Dragon. Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
Good steal there by Namex. That is a tough one to give over though by Highbridge. That's a
painful.
toughie. It's painful.
He's getting jumped onto. They're going to throw everything down. The Magnestorm. Snubby misses everything. He almost goes down. Skate Rock, one last tower shot. He's going to be able to survive with a sliver of health. The True Shot Barrage is coming in. Goes a little bit wide. Doesn't hit Snubby. Highbridge does have the ultimate. Is going to miss it on the Skate Rock. Skate Rock doesn't have flash. He's just trying to stay alive. Gets the Valk out. They get the stun down. Highbridge keeping the power on. Gets the Permafrost off and secures himself the kill. But at what cost? Being run down by Bitsy. Misses the Q initially. Snubby coming in. They get the bowling ball. They get the lockdown. And there it is. Bitsy answers back. A 2-for-1.
Yeah, not too bad there at the end of the day. I think for DMG they'll be happy with that one. I'm not sure what Bitsy's pathing was a little bit strange there. I think he actually could have saved Skate Rot in that play, but it's all good. We pick one up at the end of the day. As you mentioned, a 2-for-1. So DMG, aside from losing that, well, they didn't lose rank today because Jinx stole it. So yeah, they're all good. They're chilling. It's not too bad right here. I think the scaling edge. Both these teams definitely have things that will work for them as the game goes on, and it's kind of tough to call because if you just look at the champ matchups, they're similar champs really as far as their archetype goes. Bucci now though, good flash to dodge that ulti. He is struggling in this lane here, bearing in mind this was picked into the Skarner. Can Snubby save him, salvage something from this lane?
Well, Bucci's very low and the Skarner damage is very big. Has still got the flash, comes in, finds himself the kill. Snubby can't save the day here. The Permafrost comes down, but in comes Bitsy, flashes forward, has the drowsy, puts them to sleep, and in they jump. That's Bitsy's kill. Bull's making his way over to try and save his jungler, trading out top laner for top laner. Oh, there's a lot of action. A lot of action already.
Goodness gracious, and it's all happening around the tanks in the top side of the map. Fair enough, fair play right there. Native's coming out on top of that one. Theoloris played that one very well. Getting that kill early onto Bucci, who has been struggling here in this lane. As I mentioned, this Gragas was a counter pick, so to speak, into Skarner, or at least, you know, the Skarner was the blind. So you'd expect a little bit more pressure happening in the top side. He does still have some farm and stuff like that, and he is going for tankiness here, so he's not too bad. It's not the end of the world for DMG by any means, but certainly has been a pain point for them there. These solo lanes kind of struggling so far, and Natives have been getting the better side of it right now as far as the top and even a little bit in the mid lane goes here.
Yeah, they really have now. So Tower's going to get pushed onto Namex. Be able to pick this one up. Got those 3 grubs. The damage is going to be pretty high. Attack speed boots and the Kraken Slayer means they'll have enough pushing pressure off the back of that one. Bitsy's even prepping the wave, so Namex doesn't even get half that wave, actually. They summon up the Rift Tower in the mid wave, though. Skate Rock, can he defend this? There's going to be a lot of damage going onto the tower. Going to be able to pick it up, but in comes Snarby on the flank. Golden Penny shifts away. The Magnestorm only lands onto Bull, but they do get the Solar Flare off. They're going to be able to land Bitsy's bowling ball onto one, but Bull's able to survive that. The cast comes down. Golden Penny gets out. Dragon for nothing, really. Natives able to escape that one.
Alright, that's the first tower in that mid lane going down for Natives. Beautiful stuff. Obviously mid lane's a very important tower to take, but DMG is going to answer in kind. 4 members strong pushing this down. There is a flank here for Theoloris though.
Yeah, he's coming in. Scorpion making his way forwards. Not going to be able to find an opportunity. Natives able to defend the tower, so they hold their own there. Namex a little bit low. Not particularly low, to be fair, actually. He's got 2/3 of his HP left. Being quite comfortable. Just wants to shove this wave out, and I don't know if the tower's really on the cards right now for the side of DMG. They're going to have to probably just take the reset, spend that gold, and then come back for this top lane tower. This mid and top lane tower when they can.
These towers are kind of low as well across the map. You can see that bot tier 1, that mid tier 1, even top as well. All these turrets are one push away, most likely, from being taken down. So a lot of freestanding gold available for both these teams. As we can see though, Namex now at 1.5 items. Will be pretty strong soon. He has a lot of tools to his disposal. Veteran mentioned it on the desk. This is a good Jinx comp. You know, we can scatter people around, pick people out of position with things like the Gragas ulti, a lot of displacement. Also, you've got characters that can create space for you, whether that's tankiness or other threats on your team. So Jinx should be able to just like free fire a lot in this game, and this third dragon of the game going down here would be a big problem if Jinx hadn't stolen it.
Yeah, I was about to say that, right?
5 minutes ago.
That's a really, really big secure coming in. I mean, Namex has ult again, so if he pulls it
try,
off
but
2
it's got no
times in
vision.
a row, high price money to reconsider their role. That's not going to be the contest, though. Dragon is just secured. They are looking to potentially come in. Solar Flare lands on Tabuchi. All of the CC. He just can't move. Belly bop onto the 2, but down he goes. Bucci looking a little bit lost off the Cassante. 0 and 3 right now. Really struggling, and it's an interesting counter pick to the Skarner, the Gragas. I prefer what we see over in regions like the LPL, like the Mordekaiser, as being the common answer to it. We are seeing a Sleep come in. They're going to get some damage down. The Magnet Storm, Fearloris being jumped onto. Namex putting some serious damage out. Bitsy secures the kill. Don't really have the wave to be able to hold anymore, so that tower's just going to take a little bit of poking and prodding, but Painful gets free time on the top side. Teleport's coming in from Bucci, though, so he should be able to defend this tower as well.
It's a shame to use your TP just to defend an inner turret like that, though. That is going to be on cooldown. I don't think there'll be too much going down that he'll need his teleport for. But you can see with Theoloris having his TP halfway up and Painful already having his TP available, there is that advantage now. 4 natives with the teleports, if they do wish to make some cross-map plays or just to collapse, I guess, in those situations there. Have to be aware of that one. If you're DMG, you're not going to have Bucci to save you if you are playing on the other side of the map, which also does make being in the bot side here a little bit risky, obviously with Baron available on the top side, as Bucci will not be able to join the fight, but it is still early days, so most likely this Baron won't be on the cards just yet. DMG,
you're not wrong, but for DMG, they have a very quick... I mean, both teams have a pretty quick Baron. You've double ADCs on both teams. You've also got the Bitsy Leandries build on the Leah, so you're going to be able to cut through that Baron very, very fast.
Yeah, as far as tanks go, Skarner's not too bad at it either with his percentage health damage. Here we go, here's a fight.
Painful's coming in. They're going to look to try and get some damage off onto him. Oh my word! Painful's health bar is just evaporating. He has to flash away. They thought they found the pick. They did not.
That's a tough one. Jumping into melee range against a low range champion like Corki with his Gatling gun, auto attacks, and obviously Lilia as well, spinning around with that helicopter wand of hers. It's a tough one. You do not want to be that close to them, and I don't think Painful realized Bitsy was there when he jumped in. Didn't get the reset in time either, so all's fair enough and more. Just going to be a flash away for Painful, flash use for Bitsy as well. Just trading those summoners. To be honest, it's been quite an even game so far. Thinking about things to talk about in this game and just, you know, things to look forward to and stuff in this one. But both teams have similar team comps, similar goals, similar objectives. And so far, similar skill of execution of those goals. There's not too much separating these two teams. You can see DMG, though, having control of the top side of the map might be something that they can leverage to an advantage if a face check comes through from natives. But there is actually a ward in that bush that DMG were just walking in, and without sweeping it, you know, there's no real threat here. Instead, they're just going to lose control. Yeah, it's all just handshakes, swings and roundabouts.
So taking stock of the items is probably the really big thing to look at then, because Namex got himself the Hurricane, got the Kraken Slayer, slowly starting to come online with their items. Obviously, remember, Kraken Slayer, not a crit item anymore. So, only has that 25% crit from the Runen's Hurricane. But I'm assuming to see a Last Whisper, Lord Doms, or a Infinity Edge come in next for Namex. And that'll be a big spike to their damage once that third item comes online. But on the other side, Painful actually opting into a Vamp Scepter. So 900 gold detour for a bit of sustain as Snarby has to be a little bit careful. They're actually looking for Bitsy here. Namex going to try and get away. They miss the Impale as Namex now is going to get some damage off. Does miss the Zap. And he doesn't hurt Theoloris. So that might answer what the next item's going to be. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Lord Doms come in for Namex because he didn't tickle Theoloris through that shield. And yeah, there's the Last Whisper. No surprise.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. I mean, it's not just the Aloris, is it? You've got Sejuani and a Leona on the enemy team, so and double Aftershock. A lot of resistances. So it does make sense to get this Last Whisper for sure. And that is what's going to be coming through next. Still a little while until that's all completed, but still some armor pen in her pocket. Definitely won't go amiss. To be honest as well, it's not really her job to take down people like Tristana and Ez. As you know, you've got other people like the you know, Lilia, Corki, more the assassin style or diving style champions to deal with the squishies. All you got to do for Jinx is to get that reset on one of the tanks and then just wreak havoc in those team fights. This could be a big fight though. Natives do not want to give this one up for free. I don't think they have much choice though.
Yeah, Highbridge wasn't in the area, so it was pretty hard to go for it as Namex just gonna grab that vision, but still gonna need some money before the Lord Doms comes in. Remember, Lord Doms also buffed, gives a lot more armor pen ever since the item rework at the mid-season. So really high value now. I think it's like 40 armor pen or 40% armor. I can't actually remember.
It lost its Giant
damage.
Slayer passive.
It did lose its Giant Slayer passive, yes. But
Yeah.
I feel like the more armor pen is maybe higher value.
It honestly depends what people build, right? Because you've seen now like Warmog's first be like a really popular build, and like just look at the Rel has it, Leona has it, Sejuani has it.
Yeah.
You know, you often see Skarner do it as well, but obviously playing into Gragas and Lilia, he's opted for the Hollow Radiance for some magic resist instead. But yeah, it has influenced the meta a lot. I would definitely agree with you. Like the armor pen, generally speaking, was more valuable. But now the Giant Slayer's not a thing. Yeah, exactly. They swapped it around.
You've got the Kraken Slayer that kind of helps deal with that. Obviously, I assume Bitsy, if we do go 6 items, isn't going to pick something up like a Blade of the Ruined King, which also would help with that. Cause,
Bitsy?
I mean, no, sorry, Namex.
Because yeah, I wouldn't.
Bitsy.
I would agree with you,
Bitsy's got their own thing going on when it comes to health burn. They got the Leandries.
Yeah, he's fine.
But yeah, I feel like Namex is going to prioritize getting the Infinity Edge and getting as much crit as possible. So I don't expect to see a Bork come in from Namex. So yeah, it is really just going to be down to the Kraken Slayer and the armor pen to be able to cut through these tanks. And like you were saying a moment ago, it's not really Namex's job to deal with the tank, to deal with the backline. They're more a tank buster in this comp. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they kind of handle these fights and manage how everything is going. As it looks like there's a potential play coming in on to the Corki, but the reset came in from Snarby, able to get away. Skate Rot smelt that coming and was able to get out in time thanks to some of the vision that had been placed down. That little ward on the edge of the Baron pit is really nice because in the eyes of natives, that Baron isn't warded because that ward is just on the edge of the vision of that control ward. And actually, to be honest, with the side of DMG, it might actually be in their interest just to leave that control ward until they want to do a Baron, because it's giving that false sense of security over to the side of natives.
You're not wrong, to be honest, Jake. Like, it definitely, as you mentioned, natives at this point will assume that Nash is swept. So they're not going to go into the area or really, like, re-sweep it, right? They're not going to walk into the Baron pit and put their sweeper up because it's already pinged. And in that situation, they won't find that sneaky little ward that's chilling on the side.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's this one here as well. I think natives know about that one. You would think so, at least, because it was kind of put down in front of their faces. But not 100% sure. Maybe when those sweepers come up, we'll find out. Either way, both these teams here just chilling out, farming up. Still waiting for that upgraded mana immune for Skate Rot as well, which is a pretty big spike, to be honest. So
Yeah.
wouldn't be too surprised if DMG are kind of chilling a little bit until that point. But this feels like, it almost feels like Season 2, a Season 2 game, you know?
This is a very, very kind of slow tempo, let the ADCs hit their power spikes kind of
Yeah.
game. And what this probably means is this next dragon, because it's 2 dragons a piece, probably going to be pretty brutal. 3 items on the Jinx, 2 and a bit onto Golden Penny, 2 and a bit onto Painful. I really expect this to just be an absolute all-out brawl. Everything getting thrown down, summoner spells galore. Namex does have the cleanse and the flash, so it's going to be a little bit harder for natives to actually find that open window onto them without good vision and a good flank. Dragon spawning up in a minute's time. I'm not going to be surprised if we get some action breakout immediately.
Yeah, at the same time, it could be the complete opposite, where both teams are like, it's fine, it's only the 3rd dragon, we don't need to contest this one. Let's keep scaling, let's keep reaching our spikes. In which case, they would just completely ignore it. But yeah, you would imagine, DMG, generally speaking, have more control of the bot side of this map, because natives have put more emphasis on controlling the top side. But again, a TB coming through, yeah, we're contesting this, we are fighting this one, exactly as you said, Jake. This is not going to be a dragon that goes quietly into the night. We are going to be smattering ourselves around this rift. Contest it, and here we go.
Gherkin to jump in. Snarby gets the Magnet Storm off immediately. They do get the damage down onto Bitsy. They lock him in place. Namex has to flash away. The cleanse comes down. He was too slow to the play. They're not got the damage, but Skate Rod's still here. He's putting the damage onto Fearloris, but Fearloris is just eating that damage. The flash comes forward. Golden Penny misses the Essence Flux, and Skate Rod secures the kill. Down goes Hybrash to the burn of Bitsy. And it's a pretty close trade, but ultimately, DMG are the ones on top. They should be able to take the dragon off it.
We waited 28 minutes for our first team fight of the game, and it was a pretty spicy one, if we can continue the theme of the day here. I was honestly convinced that was going to be DMG's loss, taking a big L there when Namex was brought low, but they managed to salvage something out of it. They're so tanky and Skate Rod there as well. This right here, though, this Nash play is so cheeky. I don't think natives know this one's going down, or at least maybe they just decide, you know what, screw it, we're not going for it. There's the Jinx rocket, almost stole the dragon. Yeah, and good for DMG right here. Able to finally, one of these teams pull away from the other, all on the back of that team fight. Difficult team fight to execute if you are DMG, if you are Jinx specifically, just because you've got a lot of people trying to jump on top of you. You misstep for 1 second and you're dead, which is exactly what happened. But fortunately, you got some other carries on your team that can make things happen instead, which is
the Muramana, man. It's finished. The damage is there on Skate Rot. He is level 17 as well. Like, he is big right now. Hurricane, Triforce, Muramana. Assuming this is going to be an Infinity Edge next for him.
Most likely.
And Namex also getting close towards that Infinity Edge. Did find himself very caught. I think they were a little reluctant to throw the cleanse down until bigger CC had been connected, and they lost a lot of health to that naturally. Is Namex now getting jumped onto. Painful's just going to easily tidy him up. That tower's not going to be able to survive. A double kill for Painful. Skate was able to clear the wall to safety. Namex kind of being a bit of a sore spot here for DMG in this game, getting caught repeatedly.
He's so vulnerable as well. He's a Jinx. He should know these things.
Cleanse.
Yes, exactly. Summoner's Jinx. He's got to respect the fact that there's a lot of engage and a lot of crowd control for natives. Really, really easy for them to just pull the trigger, flick the switch, and jump on top of him.
Oh.
If the rest of his team's around, maybe they can trade back, but obviously that wasn't the case there. So, yeah, just disrespectful. Disrespectful. I'm not sure natives are going to get too much out of it, though. At least... maybe just an inner turret, which isn't too bad, I suppose. Death times, I guess, are significant enough to make use out of that. This bot tower has been taken down.
This is a... remember, it's DMG who have the Baron, but they are unable to take anything, because Fearloris just... he's clearing through the waves too easily. Bucci can't really do anything about it. Has to throw the cast to get away from Fearloris. With Namex and Snarby going down bot side, they lost their own bot lane tier too. So... I mean, the Baron power play is 400 gold for TMG right now. It's about to time out. They ultimately gained nothing from that. Natives, it worked in their favor because they are now on Ocean's Soul Point. And they they basically negated the entire Baron power play.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's not just that DMG weren't able to get too much from the Nash, but they traded it for Dragon, and yeah, that is sole point now for Natives. Golden Penny as well, hitting 3 items, closing in on his 4th with the armor pen. The things with Ez builds nowadays too is like they're so tanky, right? They generally go Triforce and Shojin, both of which give almost a combined almost like 700, 750 health. So yeah, he's gonna be hard to take down. There's difficult targets here for DMG. Skate Rock, I really do think it's kind of on him in these team fights, just like we saw before.
I mean, Namex is about to get Flash and Cleanse, so for the next Dragon, providing they're not getting caught here, we'll have that. And I'd like to see them a little bit more early to escape damage. With DMG taking that tower on the bot side, they did finally end with an okay Baron power play. It was 1,400 gold up for them off the back of it. So overall, not the end of the world. Infinity Edge now finished up onto Namex. So 75% crit chance. A lot of damage is going to get pumped out of this Jinx. The next fight, Namex needs to show us that they can pop off on this because they've been getting repeatedly caught. Bucci, speaking of getting caught, gets the solar flare, gets everything thrown down onto them. But Namex is going to be able to free fire off for the moment. Highbrows losing a lot of HP. Golden Penny unable to really do much of anything there. And Bucci did have to burn the flash. But a lot was used.
Yeah, eventually just gets away from this. He's full tank Gragas as well, topside. We often see like Gragas go for more of either a hybrid build or sometimes even just a pure AP build.
Oh.
Not this time. Oh my goodness,
my
that
word!
damage. There it is.
Alright, well that's Dragon for Natives.
What is it? Yeah.
Yeah, the death time is too long. Snavi needs to be
He
very
has
careful
TP.
here.
Yeah, it could be. If Natives are able to proper rush, it could genuinely just be Soul. What a pick there for Painful in the bot side right there. That was crazy. I didn't think that Tristana would have the advantage over Corki at this point in the game. But my goodness, that is a huge pick. I think if nothing else, you get full control of the bot side of the jungle here, even if you can't quite rush Dragon. We'll see though.
It's 4 items on this Tristana. She had the Infinity Edge. Skate Rock still sitting on the BF sword, a little shy. Bucci able to dodge the Zenith Blade there. Dragon getting postured on. If they can keep this going for a little bit longer, they may be alright. They're going to get some damage down. The cast comes out. They do throw the Magnet Storm down as well. Namex remains untouched for the moment, but he's free firing out. He's going to lose his support, however. Gets a big rocket down. He's going to get excited soon. The Drowsy's coming in. Namex able to find one. The sleep comes forward. Bitsy's doing numbers. Double kill picked up for Namex. Loris has to jump over the wall, and Skate Rod comes in to save the day. DMG win the fight.
They're looking to win the game as well here, Jake. Just pushing down mid. They've got a small but sizable enough minion wave. 3 damage dealers alive as well. It's just Ball on the owner to save Native's game. Can he do it? I don't think you chase him off here, Namex. I think you want to keep pushing.
And Namex is going to be able to finish Ball up.
But I think that's it. I think that's it. Dead times are too long. DMG have won the game.
They've done it. There it is. The tower goes down. Nexus will be next to follow. Namex. I was very critical that game. A lot of bad positioning, but that last fight just played in that little blue alcove so well. Took absolutely no damage. Put a whole load out. Was able to tie it up, and TP from Skate Rock caught the side of Natives sleeping, and down they go. But taken out nice and easy.
Well, this is the thing with ADC, especially scaling ADCs like Jinx. You know, you play the whole game just farming and farming and farming, just for that 30 seconds of a team fight, 35 minutes into the game. You know, it's like it's a bit tedious gameplay, but that's all he needed. He needed that one big fight. Unfortunately for Natives, they had the advantage. It was a 5v4, and they tried to force the fight, knowing they had that numbers advantage. Didn't quite work out, and instead threw the fight, through the game.
There it is. It is going to be a DMG, another win under their belt as Natives suffer another loss. But we are going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our analyst desk to break that game down. See you in a moment.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. Bring some money, we can. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. Let's we go do.
DMG takes yet another double, but yet again, we need to highlight, Natives were close. There was a lot of fight in Natives, but somehow it just dissipated.
Yeah, unfortunately, the later the game got, the stronger the Jinx is going to be able to be. Finally, Namex got a fight at the end where he was untouched. But Namex wasn't really the shining point of this roster for either side, really.
I mean, you can set the Gragas behind, but all the Gragas really has to do is slam R on something, E it, and set up for the rest of your team to do damage to get that Jinx to reset. And the damage was clearly all coming from Bitsay in that jungle, right? Phenomenal performance by him, really heavy lead towards the start. As long as everyone else could function as part of their Jinx composition, he would be fine, and none of them lost their functionality for the errors in the early game. Should have probably highlighted more that this was essentially Lilia in the current generation into a triple tank setup. She would have some advantages, so should have probably seen that coming, a huge advantage in that draft we didn't necessarily focus on, but full shout outs to him.
It was not an easy matchup for the Sejuani as well, so that's why we're going to toss it to the interview to talk with the player of Sejuani. Hybrid is waiting for us in the interview. Welcome to the show. It was not an easy way to play jungle, was it?
It wasn't. I felt like I was doing really well early, like I think I kept up with the Lilia, but it just happens sometimes, you know? Like I missed a bad ult spot lane, and sometimes you pay for it, right? I think if I hit that ult and I do a few things differently, this game might go the other way. But it's always like, I was a bit down, but I think now it's just like, I'm just focused on tomorrow's game against Nord, you know? Because if you don't know how to lose, you don't deserve to win, so I know how to lose for sure. You know what I'm saying? We've got 5 losses right now, boys. We're chilling here with the losses. Losses are rolling in.
You've learned a lot. You've learned a lot. But that's the thing, like, I keep looking into Natives, and there's always a lead, there's always a way, and somehow the window is closed by the end of the game. What do you believe is missing? Because there's definitely a lead, and like the team is going places, but somehow you lose the GPS in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I reckon definitely, right? There's some areas. I think it could be to do with something, the champion pool, or something like that. Like maybe we just need to find something where someone can pull the trigger a bit easier, right? I think Sejuani's decent, but I think like if you saw the Volibear game, right, or stuff like that, or like the Vi game where I can just go in, I think it's like it might be a bit better, but it's just something we're gonna have to iron out, and this week especially, right? It's a crucial week for us, so we just need to iron that out, and I reckon we'll be good to go. Still haven't given up yet, you know? Still got a lot of tread left in the tires, but we're gonna have to start picking up some momentum soon.
You brought that up 2 times in a row, the idea that you're gonna be fighting versus Nord, this is a special week for you. What do you mean by that? What can we expect for tomorrow? Because it seems like you're really thriving on that one.
Me and Ecstasy, man. I love Ecstasy, but that's why I want to beat him badly, you know? Because last like 4 months ago, he and I had like the worst sleep schedules in all of Europe. So we'd be queuing ranked in like 4 a.m. and we'd see each other every game for like 10 hours straight, right? So yeah, he and I have talked a bit, and we're pretty good friends. He's like the 2nd follower I ever had on Twitch. So shout out to Ecstasy. But yeah, like I really want to beat him. He's getting a bit too cocky in the chat, okay? He's getting a bit too cocky. It's time to humble that fraud, you know? It's time to humble him.
I like the way you brought up, like, oh, he's my 2nd follower, so I want to beat him up. Like, that's fine.
No, he's been talking too much in the Twitch chat.
If I'm making predictions tomorrow and I'm looking at the matchup, it is 5 points for Natives?
5 points for Natives. Foxdrop, definitely. I love Foxdrop. Foxdrop, always 5 points. I don't know, though. Yeah, 5 points. Go all in. We're pulling out the velvet tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's spicy. Thank you so much for this interview, man. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'll see you soon, man. Best of luck.
Yes, see you. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
5 points. 5 points. I like we learned a lot by losing, and we've learned a lot.
They're on their learning arc. All they're doing is sandbagging for playoffs, because second half of the round robin is more valuable than the first half of the round robin. So they're getting their losses in early so that they can end the split nice and strong.
it's somewhere to look into that. Now, on the other side, though, we have Namex waiting for us in the interview. So the AD carry, we were highlighting him with the Jinx. Might as well talk. Welcome.
Thank you,
The
thank you.
Jinx
Hello, hello.
was a rough plan, wasn't it? Obviously, you're gonna shine at the end of the game, but no mobility, a lot of lockdown on the other side. That must have felt devastating to play.
Yeah, it was very rough, especially in the first 25 minutes of the game. It was more of a coach call than a player call for this one, because we hadn't practiced the champs we wanted to pick, even though we had talked about it, but we hadn't got any scrim practice on it. So we decided to go with something we had already played in scrims and we were comfortable with, which was the Jinx, the low mobility. Very, very difficult to pilot majority of the game until you hit that 4-item breaking point where you start melting everyone and you can just stand far away and do your things. Nice cat.
Tell me something, was it close? No, this guy's the devil, by the way. Don't trust him. But when you look into the game, do you believe it was harder than it was supposed to, than you thought it would be? Because Natives is a tricky team to play against, isn't it?
I think they recently swapped AD carry, right? I think they made an upgrade on that part. I don't know how good Space was, but they were struggling before, and then they took a win off of Venom Crest, right? So I would assume it's an upgrade. I don't think they were... I have a very weird image of them, because they played good, but they didn't play great. They had so much window of opportunity. They had the control for the first 25 minutes, but they didn't do anything with it. We picked triple scaling on mid jungle AD, which makes it so hard for us to play. We have to cross map everything. We have to give every early objective. I got 1 steal on the Drake to give us another 5 minutes on the dragon stacking. But they could have done so much more. They didn't really put the pedal on the gas, you know?
I totally understand. There's always native starts really strong and all of a sudden they just run out of gas. I understand your idea, but now that you finished the first half of the split, when you look into the second one, who's the team you're looking forward the most to play yet again?
That's Nord for sure. I want to take my win from them. I was not happy with our game against them in the first round robin, and I really want to beat them this time. So for sure Nord, I want to beat them.
2-0 for Nord. Everybody's looking at Nord. Thank you so much for this one, Namex. Best of luck for the second half of the split. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, thank you.
Everybody's looking at Nord. It's Nord is not doing anything, but everybody's we're gonna beat you up.
Just getting bullied in the playground. The kid is just minding his own business, having a nice little time, just studying for his exams. Why not? Bully the guy, why not?
Well, shall we bully other people? Well, LLS versus Venom Crest.
Yeah.
Let's talk about these folks, because this is a match. There's a lot to take into this one. LLS, the Rising Stars. Venom Crest, a team that are running out of ideas, but they're also at the top of the table at the standings. When we look into this one, what do we bring in the highlight? Because it seems like we're jumping into Champion Select. Oh, straight up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
For two.
I mean, the thing is, how do you prep for light side, right? Any kind of prep that you do for light side will make your prep almost worse for the other team. So I'd expect Venom Crest to be trying to double down on their playstyle so far. I will also say, I think light side have certain advantages in towards Venom Crest. Sorry, I like about Lingard and Simpy, but I don't think that mechanically they're going to be the most punishing 2v2s to be going up against in the NLC, which means you can get away with a lot more creativity in the bot lane that relies on the enemy not actively punishing you so severely. Fruity Fresh basically could potentially get to those initial backs you need to on those AP champions before you can be an effective dueler. So I do look at this as somewhat light side favored from that perspective. But it's a very close one, right? This could go either way because Venom Crest, with Lenny on top side, and with two players who do have a clear idea of how to play a map on their bot side, they do feel a lot like a complete team, whereas light side are somewhat constrained to the mid-bot side of the map.
I will say as well, coming into this season, obviously I had a lot of eyes on Lenny, was one of our all-pro top laners, was in that top 2 discussion for the majority of last split. This split...
The ASOL ban.
The fabled bot lane ASOL ban. That Lenny coming into this split specifically hasn't hit the same highs that we saw from him in split in the first split of the year, and Elijah has come in, for me a little bit of an unknown quantity, but has absolutely shown up in a way that I wasn't expecting. So this top matchup as well for me going to be one I'm keeping my eye on.
Oh, I was waiting because I see the ace Sol, but then I realized Tristana and Corki are open, so it's like a handshake. You take the Tristana, we take the Corki, there you go. This can go either way. By the way, Ziggs could be a contested pick because Fruity Fresh and Lingard, they both play the same. On the bot lane, weird sentence when you look into AD carry and they both play Ziggs. But now that you've seen Sejuani, that can be a flex for a lot of positions. Ooh, Cassante.
I'm just curious what's going on in the kitchen.
Is
everything okay? Is there a mouse?
Continue, ignore it.
Ignore, let's move on to this. Yeah, Cassante?
Yeah, so Elijah's been performing exceptionally well on the Cassante, almost akin to how we've been used to seeing Booty perform on it. But Elijah had some really solid performances just last weekend. No surprise to see that locked in. Can be taken blind quite easily. Does open for a potential Gwen to come through on that top side. Pairs nicely with the Sejuani with the melee. Also gives you some magic damage in your composition, but a bit of a gauntlet thrown down by taking it so early on. Against
Cassante mid Tristana bot. If the Corki ends up going in towards the midsection, you match with the Tristana and you put the Cassante topside. Or maybe they believe that Cassante in midsection against a champion that again is now a mid-range champion that has to be in range of potential Cassante knockups and all-ins. Maybe the Cassante can actually do something there, in which case, if you don't see a Jack spam by Venom Crest in the second phase, Elijah could end up with something he's very comfortable on in towards that Camille. That's what I think could potentially be going on here, and it would make sense with the Gragas pick. You can see the Gragas pick in jungle, you can see it in support, but you are more likely to see it as a top laner. We could potentially see two tops here, or maybe even no tops at all. We could just be looking at a mid-jungle pairing.
Yeah, and it's also, again, worth mentioning, Sumi's champion pool, very, very vast. Again, if you missed the pre-show, played Tryndamere game number 1 of his game in the NLC, right? That's the level of wildness that we can expect to see from Sumi. Like this opening, though, of the bot side bans coming through from Venom Crest. Potential open for the Nautilus, just to try and find themselves some follow-up engage, some initial engage, really, more so than anything. The Braum ban, maybe Leona comes out here and they try and sneak in Lee Nautilus on 4. Light side, they've got the option to ban it now if they want it, but it's up to them really if they go for another AD or they just take out that prime engage.
Because if they can take the AD, because Smolder is available, we know what Fruity Fresh is capable of doing with the Smolder. I think he's the only one that played the Smolder yet after the buffs. He's a dangerous person.
I mean, I think they're looking at the current bans and they're thinking if we pick Nautilus now, we can go Zeri in last rotation and the enemy isn't going to have any point-and-click CC to be able to deal with that. They've banned Kai'Sa for us. So if we ban Braum Leona, this is basically an uncountable setup. Instead, they slam the Rel. So Lightside do still have that option to do the Zeri. Yeah, to do the Zeri that I was talking about. The point-and-click, though, that Venom Crest have, and why they might be fine with risking losing the Zoe is that Camille. If that Camille is in a strong place there, then they can still deal with the Zeri, prevent her locking herself over. That is base. Mid-range. So mid-range Corki, melee range Sedge, melee range Camille, melee range Rel. This is a perfect breeding ground for a Swain pick. Whatever Venom Quest do in the last rotation needs to be very heavy on the range, but that range will be matched by the Tristana later on in the game. That becomes the big risk. So this is a really strong pickup here. Venom Crest are very isolated in terms of what they could or could not pick. And the Alistar means we actually have a lot of potential matchings going on here in terms of who's going where. That actually fits with literally everyone. That would be really good with, say, a Swain bot lane. That would be really good with a Triss bot lane. There's a lot of options that you have here on the side of Lightside. You can just see what they do. If they do a heavy long range, you don't put Swain bot. If they do a heavy long range, you put Tristana bot and all in with the Alistar.
The second pocket for Fruity Fresh is this way. We've spoke to him a lot about his preferred picks. He's Swain Atoll 2 trick, but plays them bot lane because enjoys the role. But obviously, a lot of questions to be asked. That Brand could very easily go into that bot side. And Brand is mid-range champion, but just far enough away that you can try and space out the Swain ultimate. I think that's the most important part. He's making sure that once the Swain pops ulti, you have a way to disengage. Rylai's as a tool for this is going to be really crucial.
Yeah, I mean, the later the game goes, if Swain's able to survive to those points, he's going to be able to deal with the brand. But early on, this could actually be quite a big skill matchup in the bot side in terms of all-ins. That first back is going to be mental. Yes, that first back will be mental. Later on, whoever gets the all-in is going to win. So both bot laners, they need to have some fancy feet. The Tristana into Corki match has happened, so there is a big advantage on the side of Lightside in that regard. Were I a gambling man post-draft, I would be considering Lightside more than Venom Crest, but it is a gamble. Once again, the NLC is very close. There's some very skill-based thing going on here. As we saw with last game, whoever's in the lead, whoever's doing better, is not necessarily whoever's going to run away with the win. There are always options in the drafts. There's always options in the game. I'm really excited to see what happens in this one.
Well, a battle from the top teams. Well, we have 5 of those, but the top teams are looking for the first place. So toss it to the casters, Hiprain and Fox.
Thank you very much. Hello. Look at first of all, we were talking about how satisfying Brand is as a champion, but I did just look at my phone, and the conversations around Foxy's t-shirt is lighting up my notifications. It is a sick top, actually. I'm just sitting here in a plain white top. And you're like, look at you, just all flashy, boy. I
had to look cool for stream, obviously. It's the NLC, we've got to look sick.
I literally I'm wearing a white long sleeve, bro. I think you're showing me up. You're showing me up.
It's too hot for long sleeve, man.
Oh, it's so warm. I don't know why I did this. I'm an absolute menace to myself. Anyway, these teams are interesting. It's in the Brand rel. We were talking about how there's some really good synergy in that. Actually, you get the Magnet Storm, you just headbutt the keyboard as Brand, and a bunch of passive stacks go off. I'm excited to see how this works. I'm really excited to see how this one goes down.
Yeah. I think that's a great combo. Like you said, I think the whole team comp's based around combo. You got Sejuani to set up as well with a lot of crowd control. And always, whenever it comes to watching these teams play, and you got Lenny on the Rift. Yeah, eyes on Lenny for me. He's such a good top laner, and he's on a carry top laner with Camille, or one that has a bit more agency. So, yeah, I feel like a lot of top lane champion pools kind of a bit like there, a little bit like not as interesting to watch. Yeah. This is certainly one of those champions where you can have a huge impact.
Well, a very interesting picks and bans are led into this game, but let's get into the second game of the day. Here we are, game number 2, Venom Crest. Very interesting team coming in from them, but like side saying for them, and it's one of those things where AD mids have been very, very popular at the moment, obviously with the rise of, first of all, AP junglers, but just also the power of the Corki, the Tristana, and their flexibility. It's nice to see that also this is kind of resulting in changes on the bottom side too. AP carries getting picked up there, Fruity. Actually, I believe Fruity's a bit of a Ziggs player, if I remember correctly. Now on the Swain, I'm really excited by what this bot lane's going to do as well, because we talked a little bit about Lingard and Simply's, Simpy's combo between them, but the Alistair and the Swain, I'm very interested to see how this is going to get played.
Yeah, this is going to be... I just think when you see a Swain here, that this Brand is just an even better pick into this team comp, because Brand, doing a lot of percentage health damage and all that lovely business, you do see Swain's build a lot of health, whether it's going to be like a Leandry's, Riley's, these are 2 very common items built on him, and obviously that's going to give you a butt ton of HP as well, and Brand does loads of percentage health damage, so yes, lots of damage coming through here, lots of magic damage. It does beg the question as to whether or not anyone on the side of like a Corki might go into like a Hex Drinker or something like that. I think considering the matchup, that would be a little bit of a bait. But either way, very exciting here. Some fun team comps and all about team fighting, grouping up, big damage, big combos. Lots of fun to watch.
Yeah, going to be very fun. Obviously, race to level 2 is on. Brand naturally will have a bit more shove than the Swain, especially once that level 2 comes in and you get the... I can't remember the name of the E. Conflagrate? That's definitely not the name. It's something, but I don't know if conflagrate is a word. Once that comes in, press W on the wave, press E, spreads the fire, auto shove. Obviously,
Yes,
very
sir.
famously, Alistar's not really a champion at level 1, so Lingard's going to be uncontested on that first camp. Or that first wave, at least, or first couple.
Conflagration.
Conflagration. That's I knew con was at the beginning.
Yes.
Conflagration is a much better word than conflagrate.
Conflag. I don't even know. That's a word. That's probably a
That's
word.
not a
right? It's
word.
gotta be a word.
That's
Is it
not
not?
a word. No, it doesn't
I'm
sound like a
Googling.
word.
Confragulate.
Oh, Fierce getting jumped onto. Does Valkyrie away. I don't think Fearcast was paying attention there. Did not see his mid laner getting jumped onto. But Sumi did have to blow the flash. Fierce able to hold his. So not the end of the world for them. As top lane, level 3's coming in here. So full combos being available to Lenny. That's that Q. The hook as well available to him. Got a pretty sizable wave here. Lingard!
The flash.
That was a very good flash. That was him under tower otherwise.
Yeah, and that was a flash for flash. It was the engaged flash from fast legs with the headbutt. Or the pulverized, I guess I should say. Pulverized and then almost getting that headbutt in, but a good response, as you mentioned, from the brand. And for what it's worth, conflagrate isn't a word. Conflagrate is. Not conflagurate or whatever.
Whatever I was saying.
Whatever we were doing, we can't speak English, and we are, to my knowledge, quite English. And
Lingard's baiting them.
Flash.
Headbutt Pulve comes in. They're going to miss the E onto Lingard, and that could just be fast leg getting cooked down. Passive on, and pop! He goes. Lingard secures the kill. Lenny and Elijah also having a little bit of a scrap here on the top side, but it's too close to the tower for Lenny to really full commit. He will just get Q2'd, or Q3'd, sorry, underneath the tower and go down. So Lenny gonna probably just have to shove this wave in and go for a reset.
That's a really, really good bait on the bot side of the map, though, there. Honestly, just knowing the light side really want to stop that freeze and bringing the jungler down to make that happen. These are the kind of plays that, you know, make you just hate solo queue, because that would never happen in solo queue. The amount of communication you need just wouldn't go down. But yeah, Bartoldi trying to do something similar, trying to respond to something similar, is not going to happen this time around. It's something I've not really mentioned, by the way. I know I'm kind of just like yapping a bit here, but like this Gragas pick, gonna be, you know, going AP Gragas, because that's just what you do nowadays on jungle Gragas. It does really, you know, give you a lot of magic damage. I'm not really convinced that it's a great option, or you can just press R onto squishes as Elijah now. Here comes the Goon Squad. It's
so easy to lock him down. The permafrost comes in. Lenny hook shots out. Comes back in for the stun. Elijah has the Q3 though. Lenny's able to dodge it. And Theocassis able to pick the kill up. He's going to just get himself the reset. He has teleport. Elijah already used his, but as fast leg Hex flashes over the wall. There is no Lingard in the area. And here's the one issue with having the Brand in the bot lane. Brand is very good at taking grubs and just taking neutral objectives. It'll be great for taking the dragons, but if you want to try and get those early grubs, you're either going to have to rotate Lingard all the way out of bot lane just to have that kind of extra clear speed from it, or just not have the Brand and do it maybe a little bit slower.
Brand is actually a cheat code for grubs. You'd think like so so whenever you kill a grub, the rest of them heal for 1,000, so you can't just AoE them down. Hold on, we'll put poison out. Sumi's jumped in. That's a lot of damage, but nothing else happening. Fast legs enjoying the show from the bush. Yes, so just continue the point. Brand's AoE is so strong that despite those heals, he still one-shots pretty much everything in that grub pit. So yeah, it is going to be taken down from Fearcast though. He's already on it. He's got Lenny to back him up, and Lightside, they know about it and going for the dragon. There's the engage on Simpy.
Oh, Simpy in a bit of danger here. Has the blast cone, able to get away. Sumi secures it with the buster shot. Void grubs picked up. Dragon will be picked up in response. Though I say that, looks like Bartoldi actually potentially looking for something onto Lingard on the bottom side of the map. His eyes right now are on Lenny, but I think this could be a Brand in a little bit of danger.
And it's what I'm not really massively a fan of this Gragas pick, because he does not take objectives very well. Or at least Dragon specifically, he doesn't take very well. He's kind of outdated.
Oh, he's in trouble.
In some regards, yeah. He's been caught.
He's thrown the Pyroclasm down. Unfortunately, we're watching the top lane fight. But that was... he did a lot of work. It's a shame we missed it.
just brand things. He got caught, pressed a few buttons, and everyone almost died. But yeah, Lingard is going to be the one falling down there. But as you mentioned, no dragon traded there. Venomcrest still have the opportunity to take that one as this game will go on, and they have a very good dragon killing team, unlike Lightside. I know I'm kind of like harping on the Gragas pick because it doesn't take objectives, whatever, but it's because you're pairing it with a Swain bot, right? Who also doesn't do things like objectives very well. Lenny's gonna have to flash out. That's fine. Early game though for Venomcrest, you pick up the grubs, you pick up the dragon. You're always laughing when you can get both those objectives. Always looking good here at the start of the game for Venomcrest.
Yeah, and Lingard's still going to be able to come down and help his jungler with that dragon nice and fast. Down it goes. Easy little pickup. And ultimately, Lingard, he does go down, but he doesn't really lose much. The wave's in a pretty good spot for him. His team is still able to get the dragon. So, all in all, a pretty solid play there for the side of Venomcrest. Lightside, maybe scratching their heads a little bit on what their game plan is going to be. Is it just going to be rely on Sumi to kind of take over the game? When they get to the when they get to that 2-3 item mark, once you've got the flicker blade finished up on the Triss with the Kraken Slayer, you are going to be doing a lot of work. But right now, having a lot of trouble here versus Fierce. Fear Cassis in the area as well with the ult in the pocket, so not going to be able to make a play off the back of that one. And once again, Lightside are hovering multiple people towards that bot lane for a potential play.
Yeah, we see this a lot. Tristana being picked up into Corki as a counter for a very strong pick in the meta. But Sumi's jumped in.
Oh, the Buster Shot's huge. He's got the cast. Fierce goes down. Sumi. Okay.
All right. I was going to say, and so far we've not really seen it do too much, but of course I got in before I finished my sentence. And that was great limit knowledge there for Sumi as well. He was quite low on health, but still jumps in, flashes to knock the Corki towards Bartholdi there with his ulti, and a great kill on an otherwise pretty difficult lane to attack. Speaking of attacking, Theocash is going to get a little bit of aggression thrown down to him, but not too much to write home about. And yeah, great kill there for Lightside.
Big kill as well, because typically earlier on the Corki is going to be a little bit stronger than the Tristana. Just has a lot more well, I mean, the best way to look at it is Corki not a late game champion anymore. Corki actually a lot earlier game in his playstyle. So, typically, if this was a couple patches ago before the changes, Tristana would have absolutely smashed him in the early game fights. But now, a lot of damage comes out from Corki early. And as you've seen in both our games, Corki does lose that fight early as Lenny is going to have to hook shot away. Tries to break away from this one. Bartholdi gets the slow down. Elijah charges up the Q3. Lenny's trying to break away, but with the all out, Elijah's going to be able to make quick work of him. Just doing Cassante things.
Yeah, right as grubs spawn. That should be Lightside responding with 3 grubs here as well. Fast legs in the area. Nothing happening for Venomcrest. Should be the case here.
Oh.
Yeah, Cass kind of wants to maybe steal one. He has to be careful though. He's in danger.
Getting thrown onto. Everything being going down here. Fierce trying to put some damage on, but Lingard's made his way forwards with that Pyroclasm. All Venomcrest need is 1 grub for that summon. And they're looking for it. There's only 1 grub left for them though. Fruity's made his way over. Simply he's going to have to jump out, and it's just going to be 3 for 3 on the grub front. Lightside able to answer back.
Yeah, handshaking the grubs there. As you mentioned, answering him back, getting that pick onto Lenny. That was awkward timing to die as well on top side, like right as the grub spawn. Has to be a bit more aware in that situation, as a champion like Camille, with that hook shot, you can be exceptionally elusive in those ganks. Can be really hard because hook shot's essentially 2 gap closers, right? 1 to the wall and then 1 away from the wall. But you're still very squishy, especially early on. And Cassante is, Cassante is Cassante. So, gotta respect it. Did not. And as a result, that is going to be that grub trade. As Dragon now will be the next objective these teams will be looking towards taking up in about a minute's time. I think we may have lost Jake.
Don't worry, I was muted.
He was muted. Okay.
Yeah, classic Jake. Classic Jake.
He's back.
Man, I was looking up brand ability names, just making sure I could remember the name of the passive, Ablaze, and I forgot to unmute. I'm a professional, by the way.
You can have the best mic in the world, Jake, but if you're muted and it's not on.
Spend all this money on the mic and I don't use it properly.
It's just a skill gap, mate. I'm saying.
Yeah.
You didn't miss too much. Swain died. And,
Yeah, no, that crow got absolutely toasted. Don't worry, I play-by-played it. It was the best play-by-play in my career. No one heard it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yeah,
and
that
we
was
missed
highlight
out.
reel worthy,
We
that
missed
was.
out. Honestly, that is such a shame. Oh well. I'm sure you've got another good one in your pocket in this game. I believe.
Let's hope. Maybe there'll just be no action now, out of pure spite. There'll be no more kills.
Yes, just split push to win. Sumi's going to go on a side lane and he'll win it all by himself just by taking objectives. Everyone else will be playing too scared to fight.
I mean, there's a world where Lenny somehow gets like a pentakill and then no one can deal with the Camille.
Yeah, but then he's got a pentakill.
Yeah, then that is hype. Yeah, yeah. Okay, there's a world where like Elijah just roams really badly and gives like 70 CS advantage to Lenny. There you go.
Okay, sure. A pentakill's worth of CS gap.
Yes.
Yep. I can see that. Well, it's not happened just yet.
I
Jake,
doubt
but
it.
maybe.
I very much doubt it.
We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on it. Lenny, obviously, I said it before, but he's a very good top laner here in the NLC.
Actually very interested by Lingard's build here because he's picked up the Fated Ashes, so it's obviously going to be a Leandri's Blackfire Torch, which all in all isn't actually surprising. No one is surprised by Double Burn Brand coming out. What surprises me that he hasn't looked for something like a Crystal Scepter second. I may have to hold this fort though because he is being kidnapped on the top side. Lenny dodging the belly bot with the ultimate. In comes the backup. They've got the permafrost, but they can't use it. Theo Cassis unable to find the turnaround. Simpy coming in. Fierce is putting some damage down, but he's going to get sent packing. He's able to survive, but the Krugs get him, take him out by the Krugs. It's so heartbreaking. Light side absolutely flattened Venom Crest in the fight.
That's going to be 4 for nothing for Lightside. Plus this Rift Herald as well. Man, trying to play around this Cassante, it's just not happening. Right now, Camille, you know, she needs the items before she can be particularly useful. Didn't even have the Triforce coming into that play, which is obviously a huge spike in and of itself. And you can really see that. But Venom Crest, they have to respect it. They have to know. They have to back away and not try and contest things around the side of the map, but instead... Probably too good.
Fruity.
Just
That was
clear the
upsetting
way
by
there.
Fruity. Force the flash out. But yeah, I can't really quickly just go back to my brand point here. I feel like, especially when you look at Lightside, they're a relatively short range team. Yes, Tristana gets more range as levels go on, but outside of that, it's pretty much a melee team. A Crystal Scepter with your passive and just all the AoE you're going to be doing could be the difference maker for Fierce and Lingard to be able to kite a fight or not. So, very interested if they go for Leandri second. Obviously, I think from a DPS perspective, this gives you more damage. But from a utility perspective, I think the Crystal Scepter early would be, you know, very invaluable. And I know Pyroclasm also now gives a slow, but when you've got your E and just all your burns applying slows, it's almost useless that his ult slows now because Crystal Scepter is still so good.
Yeah, the slow on Riley's, the ticks are refreshed with every dot tick from Brand. So yeah, it's like as long as Brand passive is on, the slow is going to get reapplied and reapplied and reapplied, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's such an insane interaction between Dots and Riley. It's really gross, and I think it just comes down to what you said, Jay. Like, it's all about DPS. You know, when you look at the team comps, your only other source of magic damage is a Sejuani if you're Venom Crest, right? And so when you have relatively tanky team on the side of light side, you know, with you know, the Cassante and Alistair, things like that. Yeah, I guess you want to go for that damage and just kind of optimize that. I don't think it would be wrong if you went for Riley's, as you're mentioning, but I think this way around as well, just maxing out that DPS, getting that damage out when you are the sole magic damage threat is not exactly a bad idea either.
No, so but Lenny in his top line, every time we do have a look at him, not particularly doing great. 2-1-2 onto Elijah on this Cassante. Got a level over his opponent. Feeling very, very comfortable as Lingard has now rotated into the middle of the map. Just going to be looking to hold this. It's just going to be a bit of a waiting game now for this next dragon to come up. As Bartholdi dodging away on the Winter's Wrath there from Fiacassis, but not really going to be able to do too much. It looks like it is just going to be posturing and ward clearing for Dragon now at this point. Both top laners will have teleport in time for this Dragon spawn. Fierce needs to be a little careful with his positioning here. He's going to get Alistair any second now. Headbutted, pulverized, locked down. They pull him in. Fruity has the ultimate. He's going to pop it. Lingard trying to find the answer out. There's going to be the flash out from Fruity. He's doing a lot of damage to Simply, though. Misses the claw. And they found themselves a kill on to 1. Bartholdi goes down. That should just be Dragon number 2 over the Venom Crest.
Exactly, and that's a big deal, like you say. Like, they get 1 kill, but that kill, had a shutdown to it. Plus, you're going to get this Dragon as well. Yeah, that was just a little bit greedy, honestly, for Lightside, who up until this point were winning all of these scraps and these skirmishes. Unfortunately, Gragas with a Lichbane rush is squishy, and there was a really good re-engage by Simpy, despite the fact that Fierce was the one getting caught. Simpy jumps in, knocks up the Gragas, gets the Magnet Storm as well. Gragas had a fully charged barrel underneath the Corki and couldn't prop it. Didn't even use his ult, couldn't pop that either, because he was too CC'd. So just a really good re-engage. Venom Crest taking that away, gonna get that Dragon to stabilize a little bit this game that was kind of slipping away for them just a little bit here early.
Yeah, this could potentially be a bit of a dangerous one here for Bartholdi. Getting launched onto, has to flash out. They even get the brand passive off for the double burns. He's going to have to reset off that. A lot of HP being lost. A Meteor comes in. Oh, he heals. If he hadn't healed, I actually think he died. I'm pretty sure Lingard has Scorch plus the double burns. That Meteor would have reapplied that. Nah, that would have been him done.
It could have been, honestly. It was right. It was towards the end of the dots there, so I'm not quite sure if they had enough legs on them to...
Wait, does Meteor not apply Blackfire and Leandries?
That's a good question, actually.
I do not know, because he got hit by it, which it then should have refreshed it.
Hopefully
one of our smarter analysts are listening.
Yeah, it might do, but it wouldn't have done with his Blaze passive, at least. So
no, it wouldn't have, yeah.
It is something there, at least, I suppose. But yes, no, very close. Brand is doing so much damage, kind of incidentally, as is Brand, and just doing Brand things. Bartholdi already died once this game, 10 seconds ago. Considering he had a deathless game up until that point, was almost speed running his death counter there, but instead he does survive. That lane is becoming a big problem, by the way.
It is a massive problem. Oh no, Sumi's dead. Sumi's out of there. He's going to get the flash, but the ignite is going to be enough to get him low enough for the auto to finish him up. Big thing is Elijah has teleport, but has held it for the last 2 fights, and is just looking to play purely side lane. Lenny used his teleport at the Dragon, so there was no way Lenny could have answered out if Elijah got that teleport through. Elijah just going to do what he can to this tower. Trading out here, has the all-out, can use it, is going to throw it down. Lenny in danger. He's going to keep the pressure up onto him. Bartholdi's making his way over. The cast goes wide. He misses everything. Bartholdi gets away with a sliver of HP. Simpy, I don't think he wants this heat. Lenny dodging it all.
Some happy feet there from the French top laner. Very nicely played to dodge everything from Gragas. Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. It's just some slight mis-executions from the side of Light side, where they're in a position right now in this game where they really could have Venom Crest by the scruff of their necks, specifically because of Cassante, right? Cassante, this lane, there was a 2-level gap between Cassante and Camille. Cassante, even in that pure 1v1, was bullying Lene, was also getting a lot of damage off onto the tower. All Lightside have to do is the difficult thing, which is nothing, right? Just let the game play out like that. Don't fight the 4v4 on the rest of the map, where your team actually isn't really that strong, right? It's not your strength at this point. But unfortunately, you know, like Sumi went a little bit too far forward. Bartoldi almost did the same thing as well. Like they're kind of playing with fire around the rest of the map, which I just don't need to do, right? Kasante is going to generate so much pressure that Venom Crest will have to answer it. And when that happens, that's when you pull the trigger if you're light side. But just a little bit too impatient here to really utilize Elijah on this Kasante.
Yeah, and the thing is without having Elijah there, I just don't think the fight is ever winnable. You're fighting into a Brand Corki, so there's just so much AoE damage that can come out as Sumi's finding himself a little caught here. He's going to be able to limp away from this one. Interesting to see that the build from Sumi is actually going to be a Bork instead of the Kraken Slayer as their first item, and now we'll be building towards what looks to be an Infinity Edge. So Sumi actually opting for a slightly different Tristana build from what we're used to. Typically it's Kraken Slayer into Quick Blades, or Flicker Blades now actually, since they changed it, into like IE or Lord Doms or something as your third item. So interestingly, this is going to be Bork IE build here. As Lightside doing their best to try and get some damage onto the towers, but I mean, Lingard can just one-shot waves at this point. He is Blasting Wand, Amp Tone on top of the Blackfire Leandres, closing in on that Crystal Scepter, which Fruity has finished up. Elijah actually might have found himself in a little bit of danger here. He's going to be able to get the reset off, and the teleport's coming in from Sumi. Dragon spawning up in 28 seconds, so expect to see some action really break out here. Curious to see who Elijah's going to choose as his target to steal away. Flashless Brand is probably going to be my guess for that.
Yeah, he is a bit of a sitting duck. Is the downside of Brand just in general, right? Like, has so much damage, so much DPS, but is kind of vulnerable if he gets dumped on. Having the lowest deaths on his team, however, is a bit illegal. Clearly, you're doing something wrong on Brand if you don't have 10 deaths at 10 minutes, so struggling a little bit on that front. But aside from that, it's been a very solid game here for Lingard, as Venom Crest really looking to force this one out, but there's Sumi. A TP, we're going to get the fight.
Sumi got a lot of damage out from Fierce there. Elijah has the ultimate. Immediately, they look to finish Lenny up. Sumi is going low, but he's able to survive it. They get the kill. Fierce teleports top lane. He's just going to take a tower. TP.
Yeah, that's a good response there straight away. You know, doesn't hesitate. They're going to lose this dragon. Venom Crest know that. It's a foregone conclusion. So just straight away TP, get that turret. Those turrets worth a lot of gold as well, right? In total, it's like 700-800 gold. It's crazy. And I'm sure Corki will absolutely love to have that in his back pocket, as Venom Crest did kind of overdo that fight right there, trying a little bit too hard to force the engage. Uh-oh, Bartoldi.
He's fully committed to. They do send Lingard away, so he doesn't get the kill, but this is the difference between the tank Gragas and the AP Gragas. You're a lot more susceptible to getting picked up, and Venom Crest, they have a really, really good Baron taking team. They rotate over. Fierce and Lingard are here. This Baron will melt to them. Elijah doesn't have teleport. This is potentially a very hard contest. It's already half HP. Simpy just going to be playing the zoning tool. The Eye of the Emperor connects onto Lingard and gets him low, but I don't think they're going to be able to get in time. They're just going to look to try and take themselves the kills. The Baron's already been picked up. Sumi flashing away. Lenny's keeping the pressure up onto him. Simpy taking some damage. Will just blast cone away from the team as Fruity has made his way over, but Simpy able to just buy space, and he will sacrifice himself for the good of the team. The flash over the wall, the hand of Palpatine comes out from Fruity Fresh, and that is going to be Simpy going down. A kill over to Bartoldi, but Bartoldi ultimately lost his team. Baron were getting caught.
Definitely worth it there, yeah, if you're Venom Crest. Oh no, Simpy dies, but I think it's okay if you get Baron for your team. As you mentioned, the Baron damage is insane, right, when you've got the double burn build for Brand, and Corki going at it as well. Bartoldi, yeah, just wrong place there, wrong place, wrong time. And unfortunately, he had a very good start to this game. He was all over the map, he was able to make plays. He was really kind of the engine for his team's success early on. But his deaths have really just been a little bit, I'd say, avoidable. Some suboptimal positioning. He does have that Zhonya's now, but to be honest, Zhonya's doesn't save you when you're just in no man's land, right? Which he has found himself in. He's going to have to shore that up if Lightside want to actually kind of turn this game into a victory rather than just winning the early game. But they've already lost a lot from it. It might just be too late.
Keep our eyes on them, see if they can make the comeback. I mean, the gold right now, not massively far ahead, but is a 1,400 gold. Power play already picked up to the side of Venom Crest. Is actually Fast Leg comes in, unable to get too much. Simpy may find himself in a bit of danger, but is able to just utilize his move speed to get out for the moment. It's Castis. Potentially could find himself caught. Bartholdi wants to jump the wall here. They're going to get themselves locked down onto Elijah. Elijah slowed as Bartholdi comes over, gets the cast down. They're going to separate Castis from his team. He is just permanently locked down. Sumi trying to put the damage in, but the slow from the ult is absolutely enormous. And now Bartholdi forced to use the Zhonya's. Fierce. He's getting himself caught out for the moment as there's going to be Lenny getting himself 1 kill for his team. The brand is going to be popping off. Everybody's going down. Elijah needs to make a hero play happen here. He's almost done it. Lenny's low. They're going to find the kill. They're going to find the ace. Nobody on Venom Crest falls. Beautiful fight from them.
That is the power of the brand in a grouped up situation. Everyone hugging each other. That just insane spread and burst from the fire destroys everyone from the side of light side. It was a good start to this game. The first 15 minutes looked all light side, but the rest from that point, it was Venom Crest. They got a whiff, an inch of a comeback, and they ran with it. And in 28 minutes, just about 10 minutes from in a position of losing the game, they won the game.
Yeah,
Crazy
that was
comeback from those.
I felt like there was a couple of fights where Lightside started to run away with it, but again, it really came down to Bartholdi repeatedly finding themselves caught and built a very squishy build when realistically, as a Gragas in that game, you're probably engaging onto the front line because the Corki and the brand are always going to be trying to position behind the front line. So I feel like a tank build may have offered a little bit more for them, but ultimately...
But then you don't pick Gragas.
Yeah, I don't know. It was unfortunately a rough predicament they found themselves in. Then the brand bot lane pops off. Huge win there for the side of Venom Crest, and that is going to put us through to a break. We'll be coming back with our desk to talk a little bit more about that game, and then we're moving on to game 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
When you fight fire with fire, it seems like fire wins. This Venom Crest AD carry takes over the game somehow at the end of it. But how did it start? Because it kind of resembled that it was going towards NLS.
Yeah.
With
Especially with the way that we were waiting for each other to start, right? But like I've pile drived in there, right? We're all in. Especially the way that like top side and mid section was going. Tristana was getting a pretty significant lead. Trist, very, very strong champion in the current meta, particularly when paired in towards that core key. That snowballs very, very heavily. The Cassante on top side, able to get big advantages over Lenny. It was looking like that flank that they would need to separate Tristana from everyone else wasn't going to happen. Luckily, Tristana, with the help of, at some points, the Sedge, was able to find a way in towards the enemy team. She is a very high mobility champion after all. She needs to grief. She can grief as fast as she wants. And they were able to pick up kills, pick up big kills for Lingard specifically that you've noted on that AP brand. And shockingly enough, AP champions plus items, match made in heaven.
I mean, lest we forget, right? Season 4 Wild Turtle Malphite cosplay with several Tristana Ws. Sumi, maybe not quite to the same extent, but with the same result, unfortunately, this game ended up with a couple of Ws that didn't quite land as they had intended to. But, you know, props to Venom Crest as well. They spotted the Tristana who's put themselves in a vulnerable position. They've capitalized on that. They've taken down Sumi, and they've been able to find the fight afterwards. That final team fight in the red side jungle was just a brand's dream in heaven, right? You're stood there, you're just watching everybody clump up. So many passive procs. The Pyroclasm's just rattling around all the tanks as well. Percent health is going crazy, and Lingard for me felt a little bit tricky to decide who I felt was the MVP for Venom Crest this time around, but I think that Lingard's just consistency this game, got the damage, got the items in, and was there to pump out the DPS in a good position, led it in for me.
And he was the one being the wild card. Usually we look at Pretty Fresh as the wild card, but he was the one taking it down. So let's talk with Kenny from LLS to understand a little bit more about the champion select and how the game went. Kenny, because it looked like it was interesting with the swine and all that, but out of sudden, well, Brand took over. What's your thoughts about this game at the end of it?
Well, I think our game went very good early game. I think they just punished our macro mistakes and get some picks out before objectives that make them come back into the game.
And when you look into, they were talking about Sumi and the Tristana, do you believe like the willingness and that hunger to get those kills, the early kills and the resets, put LLS in a favorable position?
I think we played really good around the mid lane early game. We had a plan that we wanted to punish mid lane. I think it went very well. We had the good lead early, mid top side, as we wanted.
Then when you look at the first half of the split, what's your takeaway of how LLS played and how do you look into the second half?
Well, I think we have our mistakes that we can learn from, and I think we can look like a strong contender to do good in the second half of the split. I think the players are very eager to improve, so it makes it very easy to like work with as well.
When you look into the remaining matches, like you have a revenge statement right now, what is the team that you're looking forward to fight the most and why?
Well, I think we need a redemption game after our last game against Nord. I think we didn't show what we actually capable of doing. We got straight up stomped against Nord. I think we want to take a little bit of revenge on them.
Yeah, that's not the image of LLS. Like the game versus Nord is not the way you played until now. I understand that, Kenny. Thank you so much for the interview. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and best of luck through the remaining part of the split.
3 for 3 for Nord. Just everybody. 3 for 3. Everybody. Just bullying the kid on the playground. Absolutely.
Nord is just shaking on the corner like, guys, chill, calm down.
Well, it's like I love Hunt, right? Problem is, I was bullying him on stream today, right? So I'm kind of joining in with everybody here. Like it becomes really difficult. I feel like I want to defend, but I can't. Like my actions today have also. I agree with everyone, to be honest. I love this unity within the NLC community right now, relative to Nord.
Yeah, everybody wants to look at Nord as, yeah, you're the first team to take down, so let's take you down. Everybody is joining on the efforts to take down Nord. It's a lovely sight to behold. Let's talk with Venom Crest, though. They just got a victory out of this one, so let's head on to the interview. It is with Simpy. Obviously, you stood by the brand the entire game. Whose idea was it to pull the brand card?
Mine. Like we wanted to go another pick, but I said no, go brand. Like, and I said like 7 times till we pick brand.
At the beginning of the game and until mid-game, did you feel comfortable playing it? Did you realize, hey, we're going for the late game, don't worry guys. It may look like it's a light side game, but it's a Venom Crest.
I mean, honestly, I think like early game from the killing bot lane and then the roam I did top, I think the game should be pretty over if we play normal. Like, we have the scale and we have normal lanes, like they cannot punish us. They have really shit champions overall as well, but we started to get caught a lot randomly, which led to them having lead, and then it happened, but...
So tell me something. I have a question. This is a universal question. I have to do it to everybody right now. First half of the split is done. When you look into the second half, there's a lot of games. Is there any team that you want to fight against yet again, and why is it North?
No, it's not North. I think I want to.
Yeah, we got one.
I want to play with natives. I think because they kicked space, so they need to get punished for kicking space. So that's it.
So tell me something. This is a really important question. When you look into the universe of One Piece, who's your favorite character?
Nico Robin or Mihawk. One of these two.
Respect.
I mean, I said pretty fast. Like.
That was really fast. That was.
yes.
You thought about this before.
No,
Thank
but
you so much, Cynthia.
I always think about it. Thanks.
Well, thank you for the interview. I'll see you soon and best of luck. Good job on the victory today.
Thank you. Goodbye.
They finally said it. Not Nord.
Such a wholesome chat as well.
But based as well, alright, to have that suggestion for the brand in the bot lane, because I was thinking, like, how do you prep in a way that, allows you to prep for light side, but also allows you to prep for your opponents, and having this kind of pick, evolving your team to be able to have these kinds of picks that light side themselves won't expect, that's probably the best way. Just evolve yourself in a more unique manner against light side, take them on where they are the weakest, but this could help them elsewhere. We talked about potential laning issues with Lingard and Simpy. This helps bypass those periods of the game because it's about that scaling and about Lingard's consistency and positioning in fights that matters the most. And on those aspects, he's always been pretty strong. He's always been pretty good. So I think identity-wise, this could do really, really well for them moving on into the future.
And important to remember as well, humble Simpy as always, recognizing, just taking a little bit of credit for the fact that the brand was his idea. The second you ask who it is, it was my idea. I said it 7 times in comms. I'm the one that wants to pick us the brand, and hey, like Veteran said, right, having that idea, it paid off for them.
Yeah, it did pay off at the end. Now looking into the next game. This is a game that is looking at the bottom teams. Blue-White still waiting for their first victory. And on the other side, Verdant is looking for this stable week. They've been saying, well, we play way better than we are currently standing on the standings. So this could be a redemption arc for both of them. We're ending the first half of the split. I'm going to say it yet again. You're no longer allowed to say we're still adapting. This is it for both teams.
Yep.
We've banned that phrase on the NLC. It's no longer allowed. If you come into an interview with Arsharon, expect hell to be raised.
Yeah, but I mean, Blue-Whites are intending to come in with a custom-made win here, right? With that new substitute in the mid lane. They are optimizing. They feel they figured out their identity. It's now about getting the correct pieces to push that identity through. And mid lane, I mean, in Europe, if you're going to fix anywhere, that's probably the best place to go. Hopefully, this is the thing that they could do. And I would say, hopefully, if my boy X-Drop and my goat Karmsky weren't on the bot lane on the enemy team, I'm really looking forward to seeing these two and what they want to pull out this time. It's not just about the unique picks, right? X-Drop, Karmsky in that 2v2 lane have been insane. So MKR and Egets for Blue-Whites, they're the ones that have to hold them back. It was being very difficult for teams, including the favourite of everybody today except for one, Nord, to be able to hold back Verdant on there. That 2 and 4 is a little bit of a betrayal of how close a lot of those 4 were. They've literally been on the very brink of victory many times and just not quite able to pull it out. but I believe in these guys, especially with the advantages of being able to find 2v2 bot lane, to get an advantage they can push through. But Blue Whites, they've opted one of those powerful champions in the game, Tristana. Let's see
I wonder
if
what mid laner
Coaston
they're
will
gonna
be able
match
to
it
not
with.
have the imp button. Yeah, I wonder.
where's
Please
Corki?
not Corgi.
Whoa.
Please not.
Arsham, you a prophet? That would be crazy.
I want to see
I don't know.
Yasuo from Harbo into Tristana. Like, I want to see them delay the mid pick for an extended amount, see if the enemy opts into double AD carry, and then just slam that Yasuo. And that's honestly what I would like to see. The Kai'Sa would be a good thing that you could flex, potentially with mid in towards bot lane until the enemy commits. And if the enemy commits to a similar flex, it's likely to be of Ezreal or Corki, both of which Kai'Sa is really good into. Kai'Sa uniquely good into Tristana as well, because it's a very good anti-assassin pick, right? She's a very good assassin on her own terms. That gets a fat shield when she R's in, and you don't have the mobility to get away from her. She has her E for your R and her R for your W, or the other way around, and then likely a +1 on the flash there. That Kassadin hover is... I can't say the feelings it's giving me, but like I do love that. That makes me respect Custom all the more.
Well, yeah.
Cool, it's the flex. It's a double
There
flex.
you go.
So Varus
Okay,
can easily
okay.
go mid lane as well, right? As you're highlighting
Yep,
here, this
double
is something
flex.
that had been played back in Deathfire Touch days of the masteries and runes and things like that. You do see Varus mid lane a fair bit. This Syndra lock-in, though, a bit of a Harbo special. One of the picks that he's played very frequently and tends to default back to in most use cases. As long as you're holding scatter for when the Tristana jumps in, the matchup isn't particularly awful, but the Tristana can definitely have a decent time of things once they've got a couple of levels in. Obviously, Syndra, a notorious assassin as well in her own right, so getting to just a couple of items might be able to just delete Tristana on site.
Also, just if you're bad with that stun from the Syndra, the Tristana can all in and solo kill. We've seen that a lot. I just realized I was off camera, but I'm back now, guys. Don't worry about it. That Tristana should struggle in the laning phase early otherwise, but it's on Harbour to use the spells properly to be patient enough and not get baited by the potential threat Coastom has, assuming, of course, that the Tristana is going in the mid lane. It could still be a bot lane Tristana with a relatively safer Varus in mid. I would assume that would be less likely, though, because the Varus of low mobility, it feels like a really easy flash setup from Harbour. You don't have that buffer W like you have on Tristana on that stun.
It's looking towards supports, though, to get banned away from Karmsky as well, from Egets as well. A small world where this Maokai gets flexed into the support role, but highly doubt that that's going to end up being the case. With Nautilus Leona still available, both of these teams lacking the initial engage, I'd say. Chain of Corruption still possible, Maokai ulti is there, but for Blue Whites they probably want something a little bit more decisive. As for Verdant, definitely the case. Their form of engage comes from a rogue scatter, more pick focused for a composition thus far.
So you're allowing Xanta to go through? You're taking the other top laners?
Yeah, I mean, Gragas for me is the big pick. We're still looking at a reset composition on the right here with the Viego. You do have your lockdown, you do have your burst. You don't necessarily have that much displacement. You could count the Syndra as it may be. The Gragas would also be a good flex. Nautilus, though, they're just going all in on that bot lane all in, right? And now Syndra is left a little bit more open to abuse from the Leona, but the Nautilus does have better engage options on towards the Tristana later on. The Gnar will be tossed out there. One of the safest ones you can do. Now you have the option of trying to hard counter with the Yasuo, because the Yasuo, if you take that top lane here, is going to be really good into all three auto attackers, or the Jax also has similar properties, is really good into all three of the auto attackers, a little bit less so. I'm very Yasuo brained, as you may be able to notice, but this is a good counter pick. They have a really good counter pick on the top lane here. They have a really good midsection in terms of the priority it can have early, and then bot lane is going to be very much decided by how calmly they are able to get to that level 6, and if they're able to do so, they can win all in. So a lot of options for Verdant to take the win here, but if they mess up on any of these trades, you can clearly see how Blue Whites could turn it immediately. Then that Tristana could be popping off.
Yeah, I think the important part for Blue Whites, an area of the map they can look to try and exploit, is going to be down on that bot side. Kai'Sa relatively weak early stages, especially versus a Varus. Definitely an area of the map for Blue Whites to try and exploit, put extra behind, and I think that champion select removed, if you're looking at these two teams on paper without having picked champions, putting extra behind is a good way to go about winning this game.
Yeah, one last point that I want to make is that this Syndra is very, very, very open to abuse. Leona ultimate could immediately be followed by an Eye engage, by a Maokai engage. If this guy gets hit by anything CC-wise, he's clean off the map. That Scatter the Weak is not a massive 360 AoE. This guy gets attacked on the other side, say the Gnar is able to get flanks because he did well in lane in the range v melee. That could be a big problem. So looking at Harbo to pull off a potential man of the match performance, there's a lot of damage that they lose if they lose Harbo, and he's very vulnerable.
We've been talking about Blue Whites picking an easy to execute composition that fits them, not an easy to execute on the normal papers that fits you. Is this it? Is this the way you're going to finish the first half, with the win or with another loss? Well, it's up to the casters to tell us as they're going to look into the Rift by Hiprine and Foxtrot.
Thank you very much, guys. Getting ready to go into this third game of the day. Blue Whites, unfortunately, having a very, very rough split so far. Obviously, a late addition to the league, and now 0-3 in the standings. So they have some catching up to do, because as of today, I believe Archer said this is where we then move into the second half of the round robin, our second round of the robin, some might say. And yeah, I think, you know, going out 0-7 would suck. Absolutely suck. Oh, maybe it's 0-8. Maybe it's next week. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's next week. But either way, you know, going out 0-8 would absolutely suck. If you can get 1 or 2 wins here, especially towards the end, it proves that something is going right, and there's a world where you can then claw it back, because they've only just qualified. They don't want to be facing relegations. They don't want to be facing any of that.
Yes, this just in. Going 0-8, not good for the standings. Let's see if Blue Whites can avoid that as we head on to the Rift.
Here we are, on to the Rift for game number 3. Verdant, honestly struggling this split. 2-4, not having a great run. A team who, you know, expectations are high after last split. They were one of the big cheeses in the league at the time. They, you know, they kind of run everything. Obviously didn't actually win it all in the end, but had a very, very solid regular season. Now, on the lower end of the table. This is partly why I put my vote, because there was obviously some memes being thrown at me at the beginning of the day, because I put 1 point on Blue Whites here. I don't think Blue Whites are actually that bad of a team. I think Blue Whites, you know, there's obviously been some teething issues for this team. They, you know, they were dealt a bit of a rough hand. But I don't think they're a particularly bad team by any means. Verdant, on the other hand, I'm not going to say I think they're a bad team, but I don't think they've been that good. I think there's been a lot of mistakes, a lot of fumbles from them, and even in the 2 wins they have, I've not been particularly sold on those wins. So I do think if Blue Whites are to pick a win up, it's going to be Verdant or Natives. They're going to be those teams, and I think Natives, I mean, they looked better. Not Natives, sorry. Oh, who's the other 2-4 team? What a brain fart.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
It is Natives. It is Natives. I just wrote it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. I feel like Natives looked way more convincing in their game today than I've seen, you know, some of the other teams. Some of the Verdant games, to be fair. So, my criticism of Verdant aside, we'll see how this game is going to go down, as Veloxia already having a pretty rough trade here versus Shihan. Shihan using the bush very effectively, but there is a fleet footwork, but the grasp constantly getting procced here by Shihan. 98 HP already for Veloxia, going very low at the start of this game.
Yeah, lots of aggression here in the top side of the map, which you kind of expect, to be honest. Oh, as I hold that, it's level 2 versus level 1. Calms are going to be taking a bit of damage there. Yeah, you kind of expect some aggression topside into Gnar, because Gnar is a ranged champion. Will just beat you unless you play aggressive, right? You think about some of these stereotypical historical counters into Gnar. You've got like the Yasuo's always been pretty good. Irelia,
they're not diving, right?
Irelia. I think they might do. They're thinking about it. He's only level 2.
They got to wait
out
the Narva.
Playing aggressive. Here we go.
They're going to look for it. He's just going to clear the wave. Gets the teleport in. He has the flash. He has the jump. Dopamine's able to get the kill, but the towers are going to be chasing him in. Custom chasing forwards. Dopamine going down. Custom has the reset. I don't expect to see him go further. They trade out for Luxia. Able to clear the wave and make that recovery come through. Very, very well played by him.
Yeah, 1 for 1 at the end of the day, and Dopamine losing a lot of jungle tempo here, whereas Jones can just full clear the rest of the jungle. So here, Jones is going to have a 3-camp advantage. We'll look for this crab or maybe even a bot lane play. Now, Verdant have to know that, I mean, this wave is pushing towards Blue Whites. They have to play this safe because Jones will be in the areas. Karmsky's taking a lot of damage again. Oh, they're in danger here.
Yeah, looks like they're chasing for it. You can see that Yone's actually finishing up the...
Oh, he misses it.
He smited too early. Karmsty's going down in the middle of the fight, though. E gets able to flash away. X-drop, sorry, getting jumped onto. MKR in the middle of the minion wave. No way he can go for that. Yones, he smited the crab. I just think he expected Dopamine would be on the other side of the rift, so he could just quickly clear the crab and then move over. Real fumble by him on that one.
To be fair, I'm surprised that Dopamine was there as well. Like, he started bot side, right, and got his blue buff, and then died and didn't path into his topside jungle at all, and just passed straight back for his bot side. Like, yeah, I think he knew. Dopamine was playing for his bot lane there. He wasn't playing for himself, wasn't playing for farming, which can be really risky, right? It's quite a flippy play. Because, you know, if there is no play happening, you've just completely wasted your time. And you could be really far behind the enemy jungler there. So, yeah, it does get a little bit lucky. He's throwing a bit of a bone by picking up that crab. Otherwise, yeah, could have found himself in a real tough spot. But to be honest, as far as everything goes, not too bad here for the Viego. Will lose his chickens, but that's about it. And a good start, though, for Verdun with that bot side especially. Kaiser, 1-0-1. Not too bad.
Yeah, you definitely want to start accelerating that Kaiser. Do not want MKR taking over the lane. He was able to find a kill onto Karmsky, though, so he has also picked himself up some gold. Got the cull as well, and this is a press the attack Varus, so expect to see him actually going down the route of picking on hit.
I don't... whenever I see press the attack Varus is usually, like you say, on hit, right? It's an auto attack focused build. But I always tend to see it into team comps that are really low range, and I just think, like, that can be so risky because it means Varus has to step up, right? He will have to step up, and that means you're stepping up close to a Nautilus who will just press R on you, a Syndra who you then get in range of the Q and the Scatter the Weak, a Jax who can jump on top of you, who besides, you know, with his Counter-Strike doesn't really care too much about your auto attacks regardless. I don't know, man. I feel like that's really risky to go on hit for MKR. I think MKR, especially on his Varus, he's played it a few times, has been very good actually here in the NLC. But I think he's made it hard for himself with this choice of itemization and potential play, yeah, for that bot side. I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, while we're talking about that, Vent have just rotated. I say unfortunately for Blue Whites. Not being biased, I promise. Actually, for Blue Whites, they are not positioned to be able to contest the grubs. And good rotation by Karmsky, actually, to come over and take... well, make it a 4 versus 3. And there will be an answer from Blue Whites. They are going to pick themselves up this Ocean Drake, grab themselves a little bit of extra lane sustain. It's nothing major. It's only, you know, the one Ocean. You're not going to be able to get any more, but it does accelerate a potential for a Dragon Wing condition. But realistically, I think Blue Whites are probably going to do what we've seen a lot today is the team who gets the first grubs often trades out for that second grub. So that's kind of my expectation, is we'll see them look to go and kind of collapse multiple members into the area for the second spawn of grubs so they can deny the 4 grubs and also just pick 3 up for themselves and don't have a disadvantage when it comes to taking the towers.
Yeah, exactly. We often, like you say, 3 grubs a piece, 1 dragon a piece. Generally seems to be how these things go.
Oh.
Dopamine sneaking in here. Yeah, Karmsky can set this one up. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, Hex Flash. Here we go.
And KR has hit that 6 mark. They're going to chase forwards and don't think they were able to find the opportunity. Barrier still available to MKR as well, so I think he was feeling pretty comfortable on that belt. is able to back off, and this is going to be good for Jones, because Jones was fresh on a reset. It's going AP first, so going the Leandries, and then I assume tank after that. So it's going to be squishy for a little while on this Maokai. Obviously, we'll have a bit of just a bit of health from that item, but it's nothing really too major. Still going to be relatively susceptible for Dopamine to find a kill onto, but it does make checking bushes a lot scarier, where the damage you'll be taking from a Leandry sapling will absolutely melt through your health bar. So next Dragon, next Grubs, if Blue Whites are able to move into the area first, checking those bushes is going to be even more risky for them, as Calm Sky closing in on that level 6 mark. You can see X-Drop's just about to tick over to level 7. I think until Calm Sky hits level 6, though, they're going to have to be very careful, because Egits has that ultimate, the Solar Flare, available to them.
Exactly, that is tough. The combo is pretty strong, but they're so vulnerable down bot side as well. You know, like, as soon as Kalmsky hits level 6, especially, there's not too much stopping this Varus just from getting focused down. If Dopamine's in the area, then that should just be a free kill, so gonna have to wait and chill. The fact that Dopamine is not completing this recall, to me, suggests that he knows Kalmsky is potentially about to ding 6, or he doesn't trust that this fight might not break out, as here it comes.
Oh, they get the chains down. MKR's putting some serious damage out. X drops in for hurt. They're going to get the last one and take it out. Beautiful little pickup there. Now the jump forward. MKR with the flash out of the ultimate, and now Jones throwing down the twisted advance. X-Drop may find himself caught out, has to flash away from that one. Dopamine finds himself in danger. Zenith Blade connects. They've got the lockdown, they've got the stun, they've got the arrow. Dopamine flashes away to safety. He's going to chase forward onto MKR. MKR just dodging everything thrown at him. Really, really well played by the Blue Whites ADC. X-Drop was luckily able to get himself out of dodge as well, but ultimately that's a 3-1 Varus now.
No, that's quality stuff. MKR, honestly, I think is so good. He's been, for me, the shining point of Blue Whites. I know we talked a bit about Custom in the pre-show, I believe, and just like, you know, the strength of this mid laner for Blue Whites, but just MKR consistently, I feel like, has good movements, good mechanics, and outplays bot lanes here in the NLC, which is very impressive, again, when you think about the conditions to which Blue Whites showed up here in the NLC. They weren't supposed to be here, right? They got here as a kind of by default with Lion's Creed dipping out, and it's just, yeah, he's great. He's really great, and I did say, like, I wasn't a fan of this on-hit build, and I'm not changing against that, but if there is someone who I have faith could pilot it, it is that man down in the bot lane. We'll have to see how that one navigates itself as we move forward here in this game.
Dopamine's coming over. One grub already picked up. They find themselves a hook on to Custom. Custom's in danger. X-Drop's chasing down to get the chains off here from the Varus. A lot of damage onto X-Drop from MKR, and Custom still living it. The Solar Flare comes through, and Verdant going a little bit low, but they don't have their top laner in the area, so the last 2 grubs will get picked up by the side of Verdant. Actually, only 1 grub. Interesting. So I don't know what happened there. Hold on. Oh, there it is. The overlay bugged out for a brief second. It said they only had 4, but they finally got 5. So that is a big pickup there for Verdant. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and Custom, no flash, no teleport, no flash, no barrier on MKR. MKR should be close to barrier, but won't have it in time. Hasn't actually cashed in on that Cole, and a big wave crashing up here. Veluxia will have the teleport for the Dragon, though, so I expect to see a little bit more action once Veluxia can actually join his team. And Sheehan committed the teleport for that grub play, so this will now be Blue White's turn to have an advantage on the map.
There's 2 things about this, though, which, in my opinion, make that TP for Sheehan totally worth it. The first of which is grubs on a hard split pushing champion like Jax is fantastic. You absolutely live for that. That's beautiful stuff. Secondly, the fact that you now know that Sheehan doesn't have TP and is going to commit to topside, even if Veluxa does teleport in, join his team, hold that though as hard caught.
MKR 6 seconds off the ultimate. Dopamine going to get heavily chunked out, but he's able to avoid getting the full satchel charge set up onto him.
Yeah, Blue Whites will be able to set up down here though, knowing that, you know, Veluxa has that teleport, and Verdant will most likely respect that one. But the thing is, like, even if Veluxa does leave topside and goes to fight with his dragon, Sheehan is going to get so much topside right? Like, he has his Triforce complete. He's got Demolish as well. That top lane tower is almost dead anyway, and it would be first tower. Plates are still up too. Like, it's kind of a lose-lose situation if you're Veluxa here and if you're Blue-Whites. Like, you don't want him to leave Dragon. Leave for Dragon, leave that top lane. It's a toughie here, and Verdant might just be able to leverage that and actually take the Dragon for themselves, or at least deny it for the time being. And yeah, it's just the power of a champion like this Jax, you know, when it gets ahead and when it gets strong, and that spike on the Triforce really is significant.
The big thing for me is also if you look at the bases and like the items. So MKR has just gone back and bought the Blade of the Rune King. A little sad, they were 3 minions off cashing their Cullen. Custom just cashed their Cullen, but is sitting on enough gold to finish up their first item. But with the Dragon threat, they couldn't really go for the reset. Now, they are finally going to get it off. This should be the Kraken Slayer finished up for Custom, if not close. Yep, there it is. We're going to sell that Cull as well and cash in towards the next item, which I expect to be the Flicker Blades. Dragon now spawned up, and the ADCs are on the map here for the side of Blue-Whites, and they've spent that gold as Shihan dropping the helicopter. Alexia just can get a little bit of poke damage off, but it looks like Verdant are just going to pick this Dragon up uncontested. No opportunity for any contest to come in. Reset actually coming in from MKR. Now the Cole's finished, and probably be a little bit closer to another item off the back of that.
And that's the toughie, isn't it? That's the toughie when you can't contest it 4v4, and you can't use that TP advantage because of how much you'd lose topside. And yeah, that's so Verdant picked up the Grobs and the Dragon in that set of rotation there. They set themselves up for a very nice mid game in this one here. And even though the gold totals look quite similar, when you're looking at, you know, like mid lane and specifically the MKR as well, to be honest, as far as the state of the game goes and the win conditions of the game, you still have a Syndra that's, you know, doing fine, like still really strong, who can one-shot all of these squishies, one-shot the Tristana and the Varus, and you know, you've got to answer Jax. And I don't think Blue-Whites have an answer for that, at least not right now. They're going to have to maybe ignore Jax, get Gnar holding that top lane by himself, and instead just trying to find those fights across the map.
Looks like Velixia might find himself in a dive scenario. About to build up that Narbar, though. Can he get enough in time? He can't! Down he goes! Meanwhile, Karnskar and Xdrop find themselves in a whole heap of danger. Xdrop has to flash away from the play. That Narbar was fractions of a second from coming up, and I actually think with Custom there, they could have turned it. Xdrop finds himself in danger. The Zenith Blade does connect. They do get the lockdown. The teleport's coming in. They're going to put some serious damage in onto Xdrop, but he's able to answer out with a kill. That's MKR getting his. Interrupt from the Buster Shot of Custom to stop Shihan from being able to defend. So the tower goes down. So does his ADC. Really nice there from Custom to be able to hold that, but his mid tower is going to take a whole heap of damage. Veluxia is going to have to teleport to protect this one.
Yeah, we're trading things all across the map at this point, aren't we? Gosh, I was playing bot, playing top, playing mid. So many things going down right here. It's Verdant trying to punish a potential overstay, but that one's not going to happen. Instead, Shihan now recalling as well. Curious to see what his next time will be. You often see things like the Hull Breaker, but it could be Shojin as well. You see that something moat, I don't know what it's called, but I think that means he's going into the Shojin. So far that could be Shojin as well, so yeah, he's going to be really strong. Endless pressure, constant uptime. He could just be raid boss as this game goes on. And again, I know I'm harping on it and I know I'm saying the same things over and over really, but if you are Blue-Whites in this game, that's what you have to think about. It's that win condition for Verdant that you're trying to counter. You know, you do need to have an answer for Shihan on this Jax. So far, they haven't been able to find it. But they still do have strength, you know, right? Like 5-1 Varus is nothing to sniff at. Whether or not they can use it to its full effectiveness remains to be seen.
It's going to be the Leandry's obviously finished up onto Yones, and he's still got to finish up his jungle item. He's got a couple of treats left to get. Oh no, he's finished it now.
Has he?
That was okay. No, it was there for a second and then it disappeared just as he moved in. That's weird. I don't know what happened there, but okay. He is
You've been baited a lot by that.
I apparently need to get my eyes tested. I think that's what's going on for me. He's still very squishy, though. This is what I was talking about in the Maokai. Like, eventually, he'll be able to output a little bit of damage for the team, but also, most crucially, will be a lot tankier. But at the moment, he's sitting on just health, basically. Got the Ruby Crystal, got the Leandries. some work to do as we're seeing MKR getting close towards that. I believe this will be a Gwynsy's second for him on the Varus. Yep, there it is, finished up. And Custom still got to finish up that Flicker Blade as Yones just putting together the last of his jungle camps and getting himself some gold. So he can actually start to be a bit more of a frontline. Because at the moment, is probably the best frontliner they've got with the Warmogs, Leona.
Yeah, this is it. It's difficult when you have this popular Leandry's build on Maokai. It's very strong, and it is good and specific with your sapling and even your ulti. It has good synergy with that as you start a team fight. You can do really a lot of poke before a team fight starts. People face check your saplings especially, but yeah, you're not a tanky. You know, you're not a frontline. You're not someone that really can absorb a lot of punishment. And then if on your team you're just trying to buy time.
Oh my word, Custom.
Ooh, okay, that's quite aggressive.
He wants that pink ward is not going down under his watch.
It literally jumped into it as well. Committed a full-on cooldown for it too. Yeah, he was very protective over that pink ward. Fair enough. Here comes the engagement mid. Kamsky should be able to walk away from that. As here, oh gosh, we're getting the turnaround now.
Onto Eagets. They do get the lockdown though with the chains. The Scatter of the Week comes out. A lot of damage. Kamsky is actually the one to secure the kill, but that is going to be an answer out. Yones picks himself a kill up. Dopamine very, very low. Custom chasing forwards. Did have the flash. I'm glad he didn't commit with it. And that could just be the dragon picked up here for Blue Whites. I think they're going to be able to answer that one out. The Calm Sky down. They don't have the engage, and you're going to be moving through sapling territory to try and stop this from going down.
That's it. Pretty good actually picking up from Blue Whites, considering they'd really lost a lot of their control over the map here. Being able to still take up that dragon is good stuff. I'll happily take that one. And this is what I was mentioning with the fights and the strong carries that you have here for Blue Whites. You can win these fights if you can force them, and not just let Jax, who's basically a ticking time bomb in these side lanes, to just have his way with the turrets.
They're doing damage. In comes Sheehan on the flank. Gets the counter strike onto 2. MKR able to break away from this. Everyone is low HP. X-Drop being chased onto us. They've jumped the wall with the killer instinct, but Custom's keeping the damage into him. Custom secures the kill. Beautiful little engage from Sheehan, but his team unfortunately just melts as Custom continues to chase forwards on the Tristana. Kamsky needs to be careful now as he gets very close to him. Not going to be able to pick the kill up. Tower should collapse here to the side of Blue Whites. They're able to get it. Custom should have his Flicker Blade off the back of this one, but that is a 5-1 Varus as well. Very, very strong MKR is right now.
He is, and it's just whether or not he can find that space, get those auto attacks down without being smothered by the side of Verdant. And to be honest, that last engage from Sheehan is a really good opportunity and a good demonstration of what Verdant can do against this Blue Whites comp. Unfortunately for them, MKR had the flash available, and the rest of Verdant weren't able to follow up, so he gets away with it. There's still a question mark for me as to whether or not you should even play for the team in that situation, whether you should even be going for that collapse there as Sheehan, because you can see he bumps down these towers pretty quickly at this point.
Oh
even
my
just trades
word.
like this. Yeah,
He threw the ultimate. He committed everything. Valencia very close to getting himself in, but they're going to get the damage down. The lock-in is there from the Varus. They secure the kill on the Custom as well. So another injection of gold into the Tristana, making sure that Custom and MKR are both equally as strong, equally as impactful in the fight, so it makes it harder to prioritize which one to kill. But Sheehan, he is a serious problem down here. Got the helicopter popped, gets the flash out. Sheehan, solo kill in the bot lane.
They don't have an answer for it. Blue Whites are in a lot of trouble right now. If Jax can 1v1 dive the Gnar, that's a no bueno. Yeah, Custom's dead as well in the top side.
I don't know what he was
doing. That's an oopsie. 2 members now dead. 3. Wait, Malco just respawned. Yeah, 2 members have just died for Blue Whites. I don't know if Verdant. I mean, they're spam pinging the Nash, but I'm not sure if that's the play. Like whether they'll have the time to do it. I actually think Blue Whites are gonna give it up if it comes to it. Yeah, instead though, just gonna get those kills. Fortunately for Blue Whites, those picks aren't gonna turn into anything too significant. But Sheehan's got 2 towers from that play and a kill. He's gonna go back. He's gonna buy that Shojin. He's gonna get pretty far to whatever he wants next, but it's Hull Breaker, whether it's the Sundered Sky. whatever he fancies. Zhonya's instead.
I've
As
seen
you
this.
do.
I've seen. It's been a hot minute since I've seen the old Jacks of Azonias.
Yes.
I like
It
this.
has been. It has
Big
been.
fan.
I don't know if I'm not. I don't know, to be honest.
I'm an
I don't know.
enthusiast of it.
I think it's good for team fighting. So if he wants to group, I think it's decent. But I don't really think he needs to. So yeah, but it's whatever. We'll see it. I'm sure we'll get some cool plays off, and we'll be calling him a genius for buying it.
I think he's obviously leaning to. He knows he just wins the 1v1 versus Veluxia, so the Hull Breaker isn't too important for him right now. So I think in his head he's like, Zhonya's means I can actually help in the team fights and I can contribute outside of there, where Veluxia is just struggling to do anything really. 0-3-0 on the Nutter, incredibly behind. There's a 3,000 gold lead between the top laners right now. And, you know, there's a 3,000 gold lead in this game for Verdant, and it is entirely in Sheehan's pocket. Outside of that, it's actually 1,000 gold on to their ADC, but you can see Veluxia just holding his own for the moment versus Sheehan, but this wave is in such a dire state that Blue Whites probably just need to commit for a fight. They find the hook. They're immediately going to jump up the X-Drop on the back line. Calm Sky's taking a whole heap of damage. MKR is able to pick him up, and now they're looking to lock down onto Harbo. Harbo's next up on the menu. X-Drop throws the ultimate down just to break away. What is going on in the bot lane, though, is Sheehan is just finishing up the tower. Veluxia is going to die. Sheehan might just be able to end the game if they can't stop this, if they can't get the recalls off. MKR is going to go down to Dopamine and X-Drop, and Blue Whites are scattered in what to do. Sheehan pops the stopwatch. There's a Buster Shot available. He's going to send him packing. He's keeping the damage up. The Flicker Blade's there. Custom gets the shutdown, finds the kill, but ultimately, this will be a dragon over to Verdant.
Just happening everywhere, Jake. It's just non-stop action. This bot side with Jax is a complete lost cause now for Blue Whites. But Blue Whites were able to get a pretty good fight into that mid side, and I was sitting here thinking, like, come on, Verdant, like, you know your win condition. Like, Sheehan will just end the game. You just don't get caught, don't fight on the rest of the map, and you're fine. Unfortunately, you know, that did happen, but then somehow they also turned it around and are now able to get Dragon as well. Like, it's just, yeah, they're able to have their cake and eat it too. Sheehan getting this bot in him now creates so much pressure for this Baron play, right? So this is definitely what's going to be next on the docket here for Verdant. You know, they have an endlessly pushing bot wave now with those super minions, and Sheehan can either look to go bot again and either like solo kill Veluxia and potentially end the game if he really thinks he can do that, or more likely, you know, start working a different lane, start getting different turrets, maybe even group up for this Nash play. But again, it comes down to patience, right? A lot of it's patience. Wait for those super minions to push in bot side before you do anything. Blue White's now caught between a rock and a hard place in their decision making as to how they defend this Nash.
Yeah, when you have a top lane who just cannot hold even under tower, just the pressure that it builds just makes it so hard for them. They're looking to turn their eyes towards this Baron. Blue Whites are going to have to win one hell of a fight. Veluxia has that teleport available. There's nowhere really for him to go. They do place the ward down. They do spot him out. Baron gets stopped for now, and Veluxia continues to hold the waves. He's just going to go back and spend, waiting for an opportunity. Dopamine losing a fair amount of HP. He's going to chase forward onto Sheehan. Sheehan chases forward. He gets himself the lockdown. Custom is immediately popped. The damage is coming out from MKR, but there's going to be the Zhonya's from Sheehan. In comes Veluxia. MKR flashes away. He's locked down. He's down. That's going to be the pickup for Verdant. All of the carries are dead. Veluxia too slow to the play. Too weak to turn it around. Blue Whites are left with nothing.
And Verdant are now left with this bot lane pushing in so close to the Nexus. Jones, I'm not quite sure. Maybe he thought Verdant, I don't know what he thought there, but he tried to call out the minion wave to try and save the game here, but it's not gonna happen. Verdant, it was a hard fought game, and it all came down to the back of that man you can see smiling smugly at the bottom right of your screen. Sheehan, Mr. Spin the Block, top gap to the highest degree. And Verdant pick up their third win of the season.
4,000 gold, give or take, over to Sheehan in that game. He was absolutely miles ahead of his opponent, and it's just that game is so hard because I feel like for the side of Blue Whites, everything else was great, but top lane was on fire so bad that there was no answer to it. Like, they couldn't hold against the Jax, because you like, who actually goes toe to toe with the Jax? There is no one in the team who could. And then in the team fight situations, they were going even, and then Sheehan started showing up and absolutely popping people. Really, really solid performance from them. And I don't know, man. That's a hard ask, that one, for the side of
it's tough.
Blue Whites.
It's tough. Honestly, it's just one of those situations. If you can't hold him by yourself, then you have to be so like opportunistic and quick with your map movements to get a cheeky little like collapse onto Jax, kill him, and not actually lose something on the rest of the map, which is so difficult to do. And obviously, Blue Whites weren't able to do it. And then, yeah, Shihang joining the fights. MKR, a lot of it came down onto his shoulders. And I said it. I think you just have to get too close. You have to get too close with the Varus, and in that team fight, he got too close, and Jax jumped on him and killed him. So. Tough one, really tough one there. Blue Whites again showing some life, but at the end of the day, Verdant come out on top.
Well, with that, Blue Whites unfortunately go 0-7, so tomorrow is their last chance to find a win before we get halfway through the split. On the other side, though, we do have Ruddy versus Nord coming up, our match of the day, really. So it's all to play for in that one. We'll see you after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Fire passion. I got fire passion.
It's slow, but Verdant keeps climbing in the standings. Blue-White's getting close to the victory, but out of the blue, yet again, it slips from their fingers. And how was that happen? I want to understand. I see a bird. No, how did that happen to begin with?
It felt really weird watching this game because Blue Whites were level for, again, the majority of this match. And then Shihan was the X factor for me. The only area of the map that wasn't even really ever was that top lane. From a level 3 dive in the top lane to CS leads to constant side lane domination into dives individually. And what Shihan did really well this game was take that lead from top side and transition it into the rest of the map as well. There wasn't just one instance, there was multiple where he either TPs in or just walks to his team, comes to the 5v5, comes to the big team fight where those crucial game-breaking decisions happen and is able to make the difference in the fight, catch multiple man stuns and set up his team for success.
I mean, for me, experience as a 5-man unit was probably the big defining factor here. And even though we would normally give that towards Blue Whites, they are trying to integrate a new person in towards their dynamic. And let's be real, their opponents have more of an experience at this kind of a level, right? And I do think that definitely showed, but this was another classic NLC game in terms of how close it was for so long, right? Every game today has been like that. Hopefully that trend continues with our next game as we get ready into Nord. But the most important thing is I am 1 point off a perfect day, right? And that is
we are
insane.
1 point off a perfect
We
day.
are 1 point off. Me and
We
Moody
are
actually have
1
the exact
off a
same
perfect
guesses
day.
for today. You also only have 1 point on the last one?
Yeah.
Oh my lord, okay. So for us, it's about potentially getting the perfect day, whereas for Foxdrop and Hip Rain, over on the casters, they both have 5 points on opposite sides on the next one. So
we were sat last game
ahead.
sweating on the 5 pointer. Today, last game, we're kind of like, okay, 1 point,
Okay.
that's
Done it.
fine. If we lose a point, we lose a point, so be it. But the two casters, they are at each other's necks, I'm hoping, for this game.
Oh yeah.
Well, for Verdant though, they were like, we need this point, so let's talk with X-Drop, who actually got the point for another
go.
interview. Welcome back. I mean, I think I saw you like recently. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, might have happened.
Supposedly tomorrow it's gonna drop like a big interview of someone of your team. I don't know, just pointing it out.
We'll see. We'll see.
Hey, you got the W. Were you
Yeah,
concerned at any point in the game?
I mean, for sure we made like errors. So like from my side, I was a bit worried because obviously on both sides some things went wrong, and they did manage to get a lead. But I think going into mid game when we started playing out this more 1-4 style scenario, I started getting more trust because Shihan was playing really well on the side lane. He was getting a huge lead on the Nari. He was really putting in the work, and it also felt like Blue Whites didn't really do much to really progress the game. So yeah, it felt like it kind of stagnated on the 4-man, whereas our top laner kept on getting more and more ahead. So yeah, we were slowly getting out on top. Is what it felt like to me during the game. And it happened, right?
But riddle me this. Imagine this would be like versus Nord, where your early game was not as comfortable as it was supposed to be. Do you feel like you could have gotten it back, or do you think it was because the other team was not as experienced with this sort of situation and what to do that with the lead that allowed you guys to take control of the game?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I think every game is unique. I said this to my team as well, like, because obviously Blue Whites, compared to some other teams in the league, they're having way worse stat line, right? But yeah, every game is unique. Every team can have good games, bad games. I think for us and for Blue White, it wasn't the cleanest game today. And if we are playing against teams like Nord, you would expect them to be able to accelerate more when they do have leads. So I think Nord will, on paper, they should do much better in these type of scenarios, but you never know. It is like still
Game
league,
by
right?
game.
You never know.
Yeah. A game by game. So tell me something. We reached the end of the first half of the split. Obviously, I don't think the score that you currently retain is what you were looking for. At least when I look into the team, it certainly doesn't seem like it. So when you go into the revenge booth, what is the team that you want to fight against? I'm making this question to everybody because it seems like everybody shares an answer. What is your answer?
I mean, I think there's multiple teams. I think we had a lot of very close matches that I would like to play again. Off the top of my head, there was the Nord one that we barely won. That was really close. I think there's also the Ruddy one that was close. That ended not going into our favor. But to me, the match I'm looking forward to the most, the match tomorrow actually against Venom Crest. I think their team had a really good draft against us the first game, and I think we were also a bit lost as a team back then. It was the first game, getting into it, didn't really know how to approach it yet, as well as we do now. So I think that's the match I'm looking forward to the most, getting the rematch, getting to show an actual match and not just kind of a one-sided slow march to victory that Venom Crest had last time around.
Now let's disregard the team as a whole and let's look into the bot lane, because I still consider you like one of the remain AD carries, like real AD carries in the league, but also as a good AD carry. Like, it seems like everybody's shifting into AP. You're still holding strong into your lane. When you look into the bot lane, who do you want to face as an AD carry? Who you want to beat up? It's not even about revenge. Who do you want to beat up?
I mean,
In-game.
it's just going to be the same. In-game. And now it's going to be the same answer again. I think Lingard last time around, he pulled out the Ziggs into the Caitlyn. I mean, props to them, right? It was a good matchup, and it also left me a bit unable to do anything, a bit powerless. And I saw he played Brand today, so I hope we're not getting into another mage bot lane. That would be kind of anticlimactic for me. But yeah, if we can get like a banger matchup there and like fight it out, ADC to ADC, I think that would be really fun. And I think it would also be a close match. So that's one I'm looking forward to as well.
Last question for you. The bot lane is an interesting lane because on the top you live in an island, in the mid you're always gangs, but on the bot you're sharing your life with someone else. It's like you're married to someone and you're in your state, you're actually with the Portuguese support. My question to you, since you guys have developed some sort of communication or even relationship as a teammate, did the Portuguese folk ever share the recipe with you? The Portuguese recipe?
The Portuguese recipe? Oh no, I mean, I have to ask Kamsky about that one, if you're telling me. He hasn't actually spoken about it.
You never shared anything?
No, he never
talked
did.
about B-Talk for the Zinga nothing?
No, sadly he didn't. So I have to chase him down for that one, I think.
I understand. That's where the victory will start showing up. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I believe that. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. I'll remember it.
Thank you so much, Extra. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
Best of luck for the second half.
Yeah, thank you.
It's important.
When did you share B-Talk with us? What's the recipe for that? Why are we...
Oh, but I'm a
shared
chef,
it with us?
and I don't share recipes. I cook for people. I don't share the recipe.
Alright.
But you invite him to my house, yeah.
I gotta say, X-Drop is extremely eloquent. That guy is actually going to be really, really good on a desk, on a caster, hopefully replacing Voodoo whenever he decides to retire.
Can we swap middle card? Not middle card, sorry, Duckling. It's
oh my god.
Force of habit.
Can't stop.
Force of habit.
Stop catching strays.
I was right here. I was holding the L for that one. And then instantly out of left field, middle cut, boom, Duckling, boom. I was happy to take that one, you know, X-Drop.
No, but at the end of the day, Rude Dude, I will invite you if possible, but please don't steal my recipes. Well, that's the MVP. Kinda obvious. See, the split push. Finally, top laners are getting, attention.
Recognition. It's what they've always wanted, and now they'll be demanding ganks. Demanding maybe one or more dives a game. It's kind of scary what we're going to do now with feeding the ego.
Yeah.
Well,
we need to stop right now.
Let's feed ourselves with dessert. This is the last match of the first half of the split. Ruddy versus Nord. We've been talking about this non-stop, and they had 4 weeks of preparation into this one.
These could very easily, for me, be the two strongest teams that we have in the league, and that's... Could. And sorry. No, you know what? You're right, Veteran. These are the two strongest teams in the league. Let me say it with chest, okay? In my opinion, the two strongest teams that we have playing each other on the final day of the first round robin. I've been extremely high on Ecstasy as an AD carry coming in, and he's playing up against Nata, who has been superb throughout this split. Genuinely one of the top ADs that we've got. I think that this bot lane matchup is going to be very exciting. Ooh. Also, looking at the jungle for Ruddy, that, I think, Kit Yurikan has been the single best jungler in the league, and he's been playing carries while doing it.
I have information for both of you. We were waiting for this. I think you saw it already.
This is why I said could, by the way. This is what I meant by could.
No longer happening. As a last hour, last minute, Nord needs to swap in the AD carry. They're bringing in Sergios as an AD carry. Keep in mind, he played before. I think he's going for the AD carry. No, I think he was going for the AD carry. But he played before.
Points on Ruddy! Oh yes!
That's not how we do
it! We're in Voodoo!
Let's look into the top lane. That's not changing up. Build versus Nilla.
Okay. Oh my god. These are two guys who... These are two guys who made their names in two different splits. Nilla last year spring, we were talking about Nilla so much as being like the split pusher of the NLC. And then in spring this year, we were talking about Built so much as that potential carry top lane presence for Ruddy. So it's kind of a clash of two different generations of hyped up NLC top laner. But in both times, once we got to summer, the teams kind of forgot about their identity as that Built. This time around, we've seen a lot of tanks coming out from him instead. That Zac being banned away is indicative of it. And Nilla, last season summer, we saw him being moved onto Scion duty with that Verdant super team lineup, if you remember that, the ill-fated one. This time around though, Nilla, it does seem like he's playing a lot of carries again, and I'm hoping that with the top lane tank pool being pinched here, that we might be able to see Built on some as well. I'd love to see some carry v carry matchup in that top side.
Yeah, just quickly highlighting that the carry versus carry is a possibility. Built, a very big Riven player, just to keep you all apprised of last split, it was banned for pretty much the majority of the split up against them. Rumble never gets let through pick ban, but with these obviously slightly altered bans, I think the Karthus ban versus Kit Yurukan is a very wise one. The Zac, obviously away from Built this time round, has opened up for this Rumble pick to begin with.
Yeah, Rumble, one of the most broken picks in the meta right now, is 100%
Yes.
presence in the LEC, so a lot of players do fear it. Its big thing is going into low mobility compositions. Ecstasy as being a huge Jinx player, that's the exact kind of champion that Rumble wants to be against. Corki, bit more high mobility, something like an Ezreal or a Kai'Sa you could also potentially expect to see once that Rumble is brought out. You don't want to give them an angle to use that Rumble as an insta flash burner into potentially a game-winning teamfight later once that Rumble ultimate cooldown comes off. Also just want to make a quick note with Sturgios and jungle there. Jungle isn't typically the role we look at on Nord as being the big carry role. So maybe Sturgios is going to be able to fill in that 2v4 shoes to an extent where it won't damage Nord too much. We're not trying to offend Sturgios at all when we say that. Just, you know, the last minute substitution in from a guy from one role to another, you have to assume that how good he is as an individual jungler fitting within Nord's system right now as a jungler, that's likely going to put them on the back foot.
You know what's
And
interesting?
also-
Sometimes we talk about shot calling and the way Nord are working, and now you actually have the coach to give the shot calling in the position that allows you to give a lot of shot calling. I don't know, maybe it's a small buff, but also an unbuff, like a debuff, because you have to play with someone that is not used to play with you.
There are two ways to look at this, right? One way is that, like, the only way that I've ever seen this work is my absolute goat Hebaheen, the Platinum Hardstuck Zillion player, subbing himself in for Z10 at the end of the MEA Masters.
That was so
absolute
out of place.
homie G, shout outs to that guy, absolutely based. They got completely stomped, but you could demonstrably see the impact they had on Z10 now that they completely suck in Ultra Liga. Sturgios, though, coming in here as a coach, potentially with some actual non-delusional game knowledge, could actually implement some strategies that they have been doing. It is surprising to me when I heard there was going to be a jungle substitution. I was actually starting to sweat because the other coach they have is Memento. And I've actually worked with that guy. I know that guy is a huge shot caller in game, and I thought that is what we were going to end up seeing. The fact that Memento's trusting Sturgios, though, I think this guy is probably not someone to be dilly-dallied on, or Memento would just be doing this himself.
Yeah.
So I am genuinely interested. I think it is, especially from the jungle role, a good position to implement broader game strategies that a coach would actually talk about. I actually think that could be, there's a non-zero chance that's actually going to have a good impact for them by having someone like Sturgios there.
Yeah, the Yone in the mid lane for Alex. Tell me, Rudud.
Yeah, this is a great time. Obviously, we've hyped up the power that Sturgios may well have. There's equally just as large a side that he could just fall flat on his face and not quite have the hands to keep up. But he's playing Sejuani, so how difficult can it really be? We see Sejuani also go wide all the time. Looking at the Ruddy composition, though, that's what I want to dial down on for the time being, because they have got three insanely powerful team fighters if they all are able to link up with one another. The Rel Rumble combo is a sort of new age hot pot combo. The Rel just keeps everybody locked in. You layer the equalizer on top of the Rel and you have an absolutely wonderful team fight. Now you've got Fate Sealed on top of that, on Alex as well, no less. A very nice mid laner to take with this combination already. And if you pair, you know, really any AoE AD carry that you're looking for, you are going to have a very good time of things in those team fights. But Hunt has opted into a very, very interesting matchup. We were talking about Spice earlier, Arsham. This is definitely up there on the scale. Plenty of Scovilles for the Akali versus Yone.
This is California. This is
off
California
camera,
Reaper, man. You're pulling an Akali versus Alex? This is interesting. If we're not gonna get juked in Venezuela.
Wow, okay.
Okay, so into Corki, into Vayne, into Leona, into Sedge, brilliant. Normally, though, you wait for the top laner because what you want to see is that you have a good side lane to play through later on and a good 3v3 midsection. Here he's saying he can at least match the Akali no matter what, right? Vayne, one of the best anti-assassin picks in the game. You have fairly HP effective build paths that you can go into later on versus them, and your E is obviously brilliant anti-dive. As a 1v1 duelist in lane, it's really good so long as you can play away from enemy support because of your low range and into a tank support. That's always possible with your repositioning tool on the Q. So this is actually a really, really good situation for a Vayne given all of that. It also locks Nilla a little bit because if he goes another melee champ like the Camille, suddenly Vayne is even better. Like Vayne is really comfortable in this position here. Nata Vayne is a classic. I'm really excited to see it, and it doesn't mess up the damage mix despite the own in the mid lane because of that Rumble in the top lane. So this is really... Actually, no, is that going to be Rumble in the jungle? Because of the Rumble in the jungle. Even better. Even better. So that's actually really insane. I'm really excited to see how this game goes. I'm obviously a big fan of Vayne. I keep advocating for it over and over again. I'm really glad to see it.
Yeah, build paths have been just consistently quietly buffed as well. Things like Static Shift, if you're struggling for wave clear, you can opt into that, an item that got buffed a lot, but also, as you mentioned earlier on, Veteran, just generally effective HP build paths that you can go for. Trinity Force, a really solid item that you can take on the Vayne that gives you that extra little bit of staying power in those team fights, and you already highlighted how well that can look in a side lane a little bit later on. I'm quite a big fan of the fact that we got to see Nord use the Corki down on the bot side. Vayne's notorious weakness is her early game, so if you're able to use Corki with Hail of Blades, with that Gatling gun early on, you can punish the Vayne very easily if you can get in range. That's the important part that you need to think about, because the way those engages are going to happen is Leona's going to try and press E. Nata's got the hands. Should just be pressing Q on every single Zenith Blade and never getting hit. So there's an element of execution there. We may have to try and bypass that with a flash and an auto attack instead.
Well, last match of the first half of the split. It is Nord versus Ruddy, the team that everybody wants to beat, versus the meme. That is no longer a meme. They're a powerhouse. So let's jump into the riff. But before that, let's introduce the casters for today. The last match, Iprain and Fox.
5v5 points.
Oh boy.
5v5 points on the line. This one is going all out. How do you feel about the picks and bans and the jungle sub, Foxy? You got 5 on Nord.
Honestly, it was like, oh, Nord's got a sub. I was like, oh my god. Okay,
I'm feeling well good right now. That draft was really big brain as well. Like the Rumble flex, and then it actually was like a Sante in the end. Beautiful, beautiful from Ruddy. I really like that.
I do really like Ruddy's drafts. Yeah, Rail Rumble is always a really strong combo as well. So that's painful in and of itself. It's just, yeah, you're checking Alex's Yone with an Akali. That's very risky, but I mean, I respect it, but it's very risky. And I'm just not feeling the Camille, to be honest, either. You know, we've already seen that struggle once a day. It is Nilly, but I don't know. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like as much as maybe I've been a little biased because I put 5 points on Ruddy, and today has been tragic for me. At least my 1-pointers have gone bad. Me looking at this game, you have to keep in mind, normally Nilly's a very safe top laner. Like, he's someone who typically, I've seen him lose a couple of times, but like most of the time he's at least going even or just kind of holding his own in the lane. It's a hard matchup. We saw it at the beginning of the day with DMG and Natives. But, you know, I feel like if someone's going to be able to neutralize this lane on Camille, I feel Nilly's one of the top laners in the league. I talked about this last time actually with Nilly. I kind of akin him to like Shikari back from the old days, in the sense where like Shikari would just not lose lane, and that's kind of what I'm expecting from Nilly in this one.
Yes, and I think as the game goes on, you want him to be that kind of split push threat, but there's always that danger, I guess, being a split push threat. If someone like Cassante will just completely nullify it, like I don't think Cassante is ever going to get dove like we saw in the last game.
Yeah.
He should be able to clear waves pretty efficiently as well. Should be able to keep that Camille in check, in which case Camille then wants to roam around and stuff, and it's like, okay, if you're roaming around and grouping up, then wouldn't you rather have the Cassante in your team? So yeah, it's
another a big concern for me on Ruddy is their ADC. They have a Vayne, obviously a typically famously short range ADC, a champion who needs items to really become relevant. I am hoping they can pilot this well, because I also do feel, you know, for the side of Ruddy, if this Vayne gets put behind, if this Vayne doesn't really get going in the game, they are relying on, you know, on this Rumble and Yone to be their primary damage dealers. Now, we know that their Yone's, well, their mid is Alex, yeah. Super capable on this champion. He's actually played it quite a few times this split, and he's looked really, really scary on the Yone. But, you know, you do have your concerns that you have a low-range ADC who could be susceptible to getting picked off and could potentially offer very little. On the other hand, if the Vayne does get going, it's a 1v5 machine. So you are kind of putting your eggs in the Vayne basket and hoping it pays off.
I think as well, you know, someone like Vayne can just jump forward, bundle in. You know, that low range isn't necessarily a huge deal when you've got things like Rumble, Rel ulti, Yone jumping in as well. Like if you're all just like going crazy forward, then Vayne can join in on that. So there's that as a potential as well to make Vayne decent. But yeah, it could be a weak point there for Ruddy.
Could be indeed, but I believe we are ready to go into this final game of the day. So this is Ruddy versus Nord. The big one of the day, the big one of the split. This has been the game that everybody's been excited for. These were the two teams who, at the beginning of the split, kind of took over everything. And expectations were high for them. But DMG have kept pace as well and caught up with them. So the winner of this game doesn't really decide much. They just remain tied with Venom Crest, DMG. Still 3 frontrunners going into tomorrow's games. It's going to be a very, very interesting one, this one.
Well, this is it. Honestly, if you win this game, then you do solidify yourself in that top 3. And, you know, if you lose, then suddenly you could potentially be flirting with, you know, falling into out of a playoff spot, potentially, or at least, you know, right? Like, there is something going on there. So, yeah, definitely something that both these teams, obviously, I think it's more than just the standings, however, right? These are the two teams I'd say have looked probably the best across the first half of this round robin here. And I'm quite excited to see how these guys match up, and quite exciting teams to watch. Obviously, Ruddy, there's so much about these guys that is exciting. And for Nord, I just love the playstyle that Romeo has in this bot side as well, to just permanently roam around, kind of clues in the name, and yeah, just always have pressure on these maps. So Hunt in that mid lane might see a lot of visits from Romeo to help him out against Alex, in which case this Yone Akali matchup, which is already quite exciting and explosive by itself, could have even more excitement to it.
Yeah, it really could. Obviously, keep an eye on Kit Rukin here. He's just found Sergios, the fill-in jungler, coming in, smites away his Gromp, and that is
bit weird.
That is tilt-inducing, just to have an enemy rumble walk in, grab that. Yeah. I believe he even got a little bit of his first strike in there as well. Not that it would have been much gold at this point, but even so, just little things like that, they just get into your head when you're filling in. You're probably nervous. The enemy jungler comes and gets you on your second camp and takes that camp away, slowing down your progression through the jungle as well. Mid has been very scrappy, and I'm not surprised at all. It is an Akali and it is a Yone, and also it is just Ruddy. This is Ruddy's playstyle. They're a very, very scrappy team. They love to skirmish, they love to fight, and so far my main criticism of them is they've only really shown that they can out-hands everyone else in the league. I want to see more macro play from them, but so far they just win through just being better than everyone else so far.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean they don't have the capacity to do macro play. Yes. It's like they don't really need to, right? If you're just smashing people around with these very like egocentric picks, if you can call it that, you know, things like the Yone, for example, then yeah, you don't really have to do macro, right? You can just kind of chill out and do your bits and succeed that way. And yeah, Ruddy have been very good at doing that. This game, you know, there are opportunities to shut them down. However, we have a lot of crowd control on the side of Nord, specifically out of the jungle and in the support role there. Crowd control is always the nemesis of these style of champions like Yone and Vayne. And Sergios now, though. Sergios has completed his jungle clear, right? He did get that Grump stolen away from him, but he is above the pace here on Kitaruken. See if there's any kind of play potentially happening here, because I think the Rumble might be looking to cover up into the top side here, and yeah, he has to respect that.
Yeah, it looks like Kitaruken actually. His invade obviously slowed his tempo of his clear down. He is up a level over Sergios. Has got smite. Probably expect to see him just run over towards that bottom crab and pick it up. Fated Ashes finished up as well onto Kitaruken, so his jungle clear just exploded in tempo off the back of getting that one item. And it's going to be interesting to see where the ganks are going to come forward, because I feel like Kitaruken probably is just going to be playing for 6 as quick as possible. Obviously got that level advantage is going to play massively into his favor. He's actually already on his chicken camp, so he's just quite happy to give up double scuttle and play for his jungle camps and maybe an invade if the opportunity arises.
Yeah, if he went for that bot crab, he'd have to do it kind of cheekily, you know, a bit stealthily, because he doesn't. If you look at the position of bot lane and mid lane, there's no way he'd have any help to do it, right? So it would have to be something that's that Nord weren't aware of, as Alex is getting a lot of damage taken down onto him. Hunt's in a good spot here. This could be tough.
He's just
there
dead.
It is, first blood.
He just played that really bizarrely. Didn't really want to. Well, didn't really want to just walk away. Stood in the shroud and gave Hunt the fight.
Okay. Very important first blood there for Hunt as well. And crucially, he did it before he hit level 6, so he didn't dedicate his ultimate to that play. So his ulti is available for potential future play in that mid lane there. But of course, also losing that ultimate, losing that flash instead can make him a little bit vulnerable as well. So eyes on that mid lane, I think now. Now that first blood's gone down and there's a summon spell discrepancy, certainly could have some targets.
Oh! Just go full all in on Ecstasy. He's finding himself toasted. Romeo's now the one under fire, but they don't really have the damage. The silver bolts do a lot, but Ecstasy instantly able to Valkyrie out. They may just go back in onto him. Romeo goes for the lockdown. The cleanse comes in. They pull them forward as Nata finds himself a kill. Kit Rukin gets another, and Romeo finds the support kill. So ultimately, a really solid play for Ruddy.
Very good dive right there. Getting a lot of damage on the first play and then an easy follow-up afterwards. And yeah, as you said too, Romeo got the kill for Nord, so really sucks. Really sucks right there. Like 2 kills for essentially nothing, because does it really count if the owner picks one up? A lot of minions being lost down bot side as well. And Corki, you know, we said it before and it's worth repeating now. Corki with his new change, that he's more of an AD assassin kind of champion, isn't that late game scaling champ as Alex now again.
Oh, good interrupt. The fate sealed comes forward. Hunt's using the invisibility, but Kit Rukin's being toasted down. Able to secure the dragon, but Ecstasy gets the kill. Lovely little interrupt there from Alaric, but with the fact that they didn't have Nata was fresh on a base. Ultimately, they give up a kill. Kit Rukin goes down, and Hunt starting to get more accelerated with getting that assist. Ecstasy also getting back in after, which was an unfortunate play on the bot side for them. Able to fire back, trading blow for blow. Right now, the gold is very close between our two teams here. Alex seeing if he can get that Q3 off onto Hunt. Able to find it as he's just repeatedly eating these Qs from Hunt. Hunt might just have the kill pressure on Alex once again. Does get the W shield off and some of the heal from the fleet footwork. Hunt, no ultimate available. Alex, no ult either. Does have the flash over Hunt though, so I think he's hoping with the Vampiric Scepter and the fleet footwork he can heal enough as Built has the all out. He's going to throw it down. There's going to be the ultimate coming in from Nilly, but Built finds the kill. Looks like mid's under fire though. Alex has the flash, will be able to break away Hunt. So safely flips his way out to safety.
Romeo is lurking, has Hex Flash. If he wants to surprise Alex in that mid lane, it's not going to happen though.
No, it's not up.
Well, topside there is a cheeky invade here. Both these camps are about to spawn. Kikarukin will want to take them if he can. Sergius will want to have a say into it, however. And this is just like a 1v1 situation here. No other laners are coming or anything like that. Another jungle camp stolen by the Rumble. As far as it goes, Sergius will be kind of okay with that. It's not too much of a big deal. He hasn't even shopped in a while either, and he's still waiting to get that Balmy Cinder so that he can actually farm efficiently. I don't even know if he gets any more, right? I think even like a Warmog Rush is quite common on the Sejuani too, so he should be a little bit behind the pace, and the fact that he's not too far behind right now, you know, for a Sejuani, he'll take that.
Yeah, he's only 400 gold down as Nata is having a little fight there versus Ecstasy. Gets the condemn back after getting the 4 shots off, the 3 shots off the silver bolts. Nata now level 6, got the ultimate available to him. Level 6 just came through for Romeo as well, so everyone in the game has their ults activated. And so far, I will say the one thing I'm surprised we haven't really seen is this Magnet Storm equalizer combo. I say that, they look for Ecstasy, he equalizes out to safety, breaks away, because that is exactly the combo for Alaric and Kit Rukin are going to be looking to go for. Hunt making his way down, knowing that there's a play potentially trying to be set up, and the wave in a slightly awkward position here for Nord. Looks like Kit Rukin not giving it up quite yet. May just try and sneak his way through, but I believe he's seen on the vision. He's just going to get himself the crab and back off.
This is the strength of that Rumble Rail as well. It's a combo you see quite a lot. But the thing is, it's not even... You don't even have to get the combo down by itself. Just the threat of it being there will dissuade teams from contesting, especially in places like the river or any kind of like tight terrain areas like these little channels that you can see in the jungle. Because again, you just, you drag everyone in with the Magnet Storm and then lay that red carpet down on top of them. It's really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
And Nord having to concede a little bit in the bot side of the map. You can see almost 1,000 gold difference right now. And it's something, you know. It's not a huge amount at this point, but it certainly is a foundation block for Ruddy to build on. And most importantly, because it is Ruddy, we've seen them take an inch and absolutely turn that into a mile. So far, not a huge difference, but by Ruddy standards, could be something.
Yeah, it's something for them, right? As they are seeing Alex repeatedly kind of misplay into Hunt. I've seen him lose a lot of trades where he's kind of shot a Q in the wrong direction and ended up eating a couple of extra Qs and the empowered autos have come off it. As it does look like Ruddy have done a solid job of collapsing their team over, although Ecstasy's on his way up. Grub 1 was secured here by Ruddy, but I think they're a little bit nervous knowing that the Corki is missing, and this is actually going to be a 5 grubber here for Nord. So Ruddy ultimately, even though they rotated and had first move in, I think they were just a little bit nervous to take those fights, knowing that right now there was going to be more members of Nord in the area, and that fight would just go terribly for them off the back of it.
I do think it's a shame as well, though, with the combos that Ruddy was drafted. Those are the kind of fights that work out, or can work out, really in your favor. And not being able to take them because of a numbers disadvantage is a shame. You can see that Nord now being zoned away from this tower bot side. They kind of know Kikrin's in the area, but they don't know for sure, but they certainly sniff it out. They've got a feeling something's happening here.
I mean, Nada's standing so aggressively for the plates. They got the Flamers, they got the Condemn into the wall. They're going to jump forward. There's going to be the Equalizer. Instantly flashed out. Teleport comes down. Solar Flare does connect. Nata finds himself in danger, but the lockdowns land on Kit Ruken. They get the damage. In comes the Fate Sealed from Alex. Damage is huge. Hunt is toasted. Kit Ruken goes down. Ruddy limp away from the fight as Ecstasy goes for the kill. Alaric sacrifices himself for the team. Ruddy trade 1-for-1 support for mid.
So close as well there for being terrible for Ruddy. A lot of really low health bars, and Hunt was very close to picking them up. But to be honest, he was too greedy. He dove into the back of everyone trying to pick them off, and it just wasn't there. Instead, getting himself killed. I think he could have just stayed around and probably just got a kill onto Alex.
Oh, he's going to do some
This
work
Dragon
here.
number 2.
No, he's not.
Alex just checking it. Just Yone things as well, of course. And that's it. Okay, so a decent response, so I'll say, for Nord in that situation. It looked kind of tough, but coming out on top and getting the Dragon as well.
I think the difference maker was Kit Ruken ulted one target, and they instantly flashed out of that ult, and it was onto Romeo. So had that fight kind of taken a little bit back, and when the Fate Seal came down, you had the Equalizer on top of that. That would have been a massive difference maker, but this time they're a little bit more defensive on that. But now it's in the flash forward onto Hunt. Hunt's being run down. They've got the knock up charged up onto Alex. He's able to connect it. Hunt's losing a lot of HP here. Alex secures the kill. Is that Alaric? I don't think you want to fight a Sejuani underneath a tower. That's going to go well for you. It's Built. He's having a scrap here versus Nilly. You can see there's a potential play coming in onto him. The All Out is available to Built. He's just going to jump back. Has the Q3 charged up. Kit Ruken's making his way over. Equalizer available. They get the lockdown. They get the everything. The hook shot to safety. Nilly will make his way out to safety.
Tough position here for Nile and topside. Finally gets an advantage over Built and finds himself in a 1 versus 3. This is going to be the tower dive.
Yeah, I think he might be in trouble. They're catching the wave as well. Nilly doing his best to hold out. The All-Out still available that are Built, which is going to make this even more scary for him. Equalizer will come down. There's the Q. It goes wide. They do miss everything. The Mana Storm comes out, but that's going to be the kill. Alaric should go down to the tower shots here. So they trade out 1-for-1 in a 1 versus 3. Nilly played that very, very well.
Yeah, but Ruddy though. Ruddy, what you doing? That was a bit, I don't know, maybe overforced, a bit ham-fisted a tad. They were obviously very telegraphed in that position there. And gave enough time for Nord, for Sturgios to come up and to retaliate. Like you say, a 1-for-1 in a 1 versus 3 is good, but the question is, dedicating all that resources, 3 people to the top side, what does Nord get on the rest of the map? And the answer is, not a lot, to be perfectly honest. And as we take a look down at the, the CS totals here as well, the Vayne is just scaling hard. 30 CS lead over Ecstasy. Got the Kraken Slayer completed as well. Someone like Romeo and Sejuani, they're tanky, but against the Vayne, absolutely not. terrifying stuff right there. And she has the cleanse, which is even harder to lock down. We haven't seen a lot of Vayne so far. What on earth? He's really
Is he trying to just get in range to take the tower? I mean, he gets it, but I think he just gives his life for it. Hunt's going to run him down. Misses the shuriken flip, but Alex is down. Hunt with a perfect execution. Punishes Alex, who not so perfectly executed what he was trying there. Did get the tower, I guess, but don't know if the cost was worth it.
It's not terrible, to be honest. I actually don't think that's a terrible trade there. It only looked weird because he ulted into it, to be perfectly honest. But aside from that, yeah, fair enough. Alex will take that, I reckon. And it also sets him up for the future, right, with his turret being down. Because he will most likely spend a decent amount of time in that bot side, if not him, then Kazante pushing it out. Although Hunt also looking to return the exact same favor in the bot side, taking that tower.
He's got
down.
5 grubs as well, so that tower will go down very quick.
It should
there
be
it
dead.
is.
There it is. Yeah, so that's a bit of a trade at the end of the day, plus a kill. Not too bad for Hunt.
I mean, first Tower Blood did get buffed, so it's a little bit more, it's quite a lot more gold actually. But saying this, Nata gets the condemn off. He's doing a lot of work to Romeo. Romeo is being melted by Nata with the ult on. Ultimate comes out from Sturgios to make sure that he does get away. Still early days for the Vayne though. Still early days. Needs a little bit more items before really starts to melt through targets. But Romeo got a taster of what's to come from Nata.
That's a win though overall for Nord, I'd say. With the dedication from Ruddy to put so many members down there, including the teleport, and Nidays was just chilling topside. He didn't have to go down at all, and his TP is still up. You know, with this dragon spawning in 50 seconds, there's a potential to have an outnumbered fight down here. I still just, I want to see what Camille is going to be doing as this game progresses, because we've seen it once before already today, and we're sort of seeing it already here. They're not winning the lane phase, and they're not as useful in the grouped up scenario, and even in the split push I struggle to see how the matchup works for them. I have faith in Nile. If there's anyone that can do it, it is him. But again, it's something that we want to see develop as this game goes on. A real pressure point for Nord in that top side with this Camille pick, who is clearly not picked for the team fights. And to be a team player, right? So we want to see her really pop off inside.
She had achieved what I think both of our Camilles wanted to achieve today on the Jax.
Yes.
And ultimately, I'm kind of with you on it. I feel like there's just better matchups for Kazante. I don't think the Camille one is a really nice one. Alex actually gets the knock-up. There is a flank coming in on the teleport. The solar flare comes out. Romeo finds himself taken down. Nilly's behind. He's got Hunt with him, but Ruddy just death ball together. Shuriken flip hits onto one. Just going to send him packing, but Alaric now chasing Hunt down. Don't know if they're going to be able to close the gap onto them. Hunt should be able to break away from this one, and Ruddy able to pick themselves up this dragon. That'll be dragon number 2 for Ruddy. Ocean Soul as well is going to make the life of Hunt and Nilly a lot harder if they pick it up. Alex finds himself in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Gets the fate sealed only onto 1 though. Ecstasy's able to survive it. Down he goes. Ecstasy on a killing spree, but Nata's jumping forward. Equalizer comes out. They dodge away on the ultimate there from Nata as he's looking for Sturgios. Now getting the damage onto Ecstasy. Able to get himself the kill. Kit Ruken also securing one for his team as Romeo now being hunted down. They get the knockback. Nata's just putting some damage into Romeo. Romeo will fall. Nata on a killing spree. Ruddy starting to take over this game. 5,000 gold up.
It started out good for Nord there, getting that pick onto Alex. Pretty much free as well, but that closure in from Ruddy, from the dragon, really did just put the dagger into Nord. 5,000 gold, as you said, before 20 minutes. Like, my goodness. Closer to 4, but still, that's a crazy amount of gold difference right here. Yeah, they've just really turned it on, haven't they? They seem to do this, right? They seem to do it. They reach a certain point, and with a team comp that spikes on like 1 or 2 items. Vayne has those 2 items now. She's 3-0 and 4. Triforce plus Kraken Slayer. Rumble has got his full build as well because he built Leandri's. He's sorted, he's done, doesn't need any more items. And this is it now. It's so difficult in these skirmishes, in these scraps for Nord to survive. I just don't... Nord are playing for these team fights. You know, they're opting into them. But they don't work. They're not where you're strong. It's not happening. Ruddy with the great punish.
Triforce obviously on Nata. It's going to be a big spike for them. I am not familiar with Vayne builds, to be honest, anymore. I don't know what they go after Kraken Slayer Triforce. Is it like a Gwynzoo's angle?
Maybe Ginzu's or something,
Yeah, it's got to
probably.
be, right?
Yeah,
That
I
feels
don't know
like the
if
best
Flicker
item.
Blade or like Yuntao or something is a thing as well. Maybe it's not going to be IE. It's got to be some kind of attack speed item, I would imagine.
It
here.
could be Bork, I guess. There's a lot of tanks, a lot of health.
Yeah,
burn through.
no, that's true. Bork tends to be like a first item as well if you do see it.
True.
But
yeah.
it wouldn't be.
Gwynzoo's is probably the best item here.
Yeah, you think
Really
it's
ramps
something
up the
along
damage
those lines.
for her.
Yeah, I've also seen things like Shieldbow, Bloodthirster, these kind of items to keep themselves a little bit safer. Like there is no enchanter in this game. They have a lot of people, like tanky people, and even things like Rumble and Yone, who will buy a lot of space, create a lot of space for Vayne.
I feel if it is gonna be a Gwynzoo's third, then it'll probably be like a I always forget the name of it, the purple helm item, the tank one.
Jack Show.
Show. Kind of give a little bit of survivability over, because that's a pretty normal Vayne thing. This is the equalizer into the Magnet Storm. Kit Ruken finds the kill. That's the combo we've been talking about all game long.
Yep, there it is, and just
Full control
just as you like, simple, easy. I mean, they engaged on the two only tanks that Nord have,
coming in.
Sejuani and Leona, and still got the kill. Yeah, Nord don't want to give this one up for free.
Sergios, there's no Magnet Storm available. He gets caught out. He gets interrupted. Baron is secured, and now the fight is on. Sergios going low. One more auto, but Kit Ruken's burn secures the kill. As Nord are sent back in. Perfect execution back to mid from Hunt. And the Baron is on all 5 members. What can they gain with it?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to defend here for Nord, because I imagine even if you just 1-3-1 right here for Ruddy, there's not too much you can stop. Not too much that you can do about it. Ruddy really have just turned on the Jets, haven't they?
Yeah.
After that bit of a blunder on that play bot side where they were chased down and just about survived. Since then, it's been all Ruddy, and you have to credit their movements, And we talked about how they don't really have to play too much macro, how they just beat people around because they're better than other people. Oh no!
I mean, you can get an armor shield, but Kit Ruken is monstrously fed in this game, able to pick himself up his 7th kill, 500 cold shutdown on him as well, 350 onto Nata, who's actually got the half-round axe, so I think that's a Wit's End as his next item.
It could be. It makes sense into the Akali as well, yeah.
Gonna get some damage onto Sturgios. Oh my word. Vayne damage tumbles away from the ultimate as well. With the Baron in the pocket, they're just going to turn their attention towards the mid lane. But Alex has to fate sealed away. Does have the flash. He's getting some damage. Hunt's going to chase with the perfect execution. Does miss it, but the equalizer comes out. Hunt's being burnt down. Shuriken flip lands onto Alaric. The flash forward from Kit Ruken. Hunt flashes away as well. Sturgios able to break away for the moment, but Nata's in danger. Nata is locked down. They find the damage though to get the kill onto Sturgios. Nata finally shut down by Ecstasy. Ruddy are melting. Nord a blinking health bars built is going to have to do some work here, but he is locked inside the Hextech ultimatum. Triple kill over to Ecstasy as Alaric is breaking away, trying to make a run for it as Nord just going to turn their attention towards the dragon.
Okay, good fight here for Nord. Some signs of life, and most importantly, 3 kills into the back pocket of the Corki, including a big old shutdown from that Rumble. Really, really important stuff right there, and a great punish. Plus the fact that Ruddy had Baron at this time as well, so you're taking that off the board. You're not putting yourself on sole point because you're able to pick up this dragon. You get the objective bounty from it as well. That is big. That is big.
That is
but
very big.
Unfortunately, they're still finding themselves in a fairly significant deficit. Now it's all on Ecstasy. What can he do moving forward here, and how can Nord enable him?
Well, he's now accelerated himself in items over Nata. It's only a 600 gold lead to him, so nothing massive, but is starting to get their Infinity Edgelord Doms, Triforce. Got another Agility Cloak as well, just to give himself a slightly higher crit chance. And Nata still waiting on those Wits End, now cleansing Flashless for a potential skirmish or fight that comes up. And honestly, that all starts off the back of Alex again, repeatedly finding himself getting caught, repeatedly overstaying his welcome. His team are fully committed on the bottom side of the map, and he's still very far up on his lonesome, outnumbered in the mid lane, and it's definitely going to have a bit of a think about his positioning going forwards, because if he finds himself caught out again, he's in real danger. And it's the Terminus, by the way, for Nata. The Terminus, not the Wit's End. That makes a lot more sense versus the tanks.
Yeah, you do kind of see these like chunky Vayne builds being a bit more popular nowadays, to be honest, and it does make sense just how much damage there is in the game. But yeah, Vayne getting a little bit more of those resistances on her side, try and keep herself alive with those. Nord for the first time in this game though, pushing up, taking the initiative. Looks like Ruddy maybe put on the back foot a little bit, but Ecstasy, despite getting all those kills, still is a level behind Nata, right? Yeah. Let's not act like, oh, this is a huge throw. No, Ecstasy's really far ahead. Nah, Ruddy is still strong. They still have the team fight combos, and I still don't think Nord should be playing for these team fights themselves. But it all does come down to Corki and that fluffy corgi butt.
There is
its way to success.
There's a 5,000 gold lead between the two teams. It's mostly on Kit Rukin, who is 4,200 gold over Nord's. You know, to be fair to Nord, he is not the full-time jungler for the team. He is the stand-in. But that Rumble is going to start to do damage. I mean, Death Cap is close. I saw a smite come out there from Kit Rukin. He's going for the recall, so I'm going to make the assumption that's the Death Cap finished up. There it is. And now that equalizer is going to really hurt. You've got the Zonyas, you've got the Death Cap, you've got the Leandries. That is a beefy amount of damage coming out from Kit Rukin, who's closing in as well, level 14 at the moment, closing in on that 16 mark where he gets all the extra, well, another point in his ultimate. And just see how much damage he does to Sturgios. He's a tank, half health him really easily.
I mean, he's got Warmog, so I'm just gonna run away and heal it back up. But yeah, it is. And this is the thing as well for Kit Rukin. He's living the life because he's his team's only magic damage, right? You've got with that Yone mid, Kasani top, and Vayne bot. Like, you are your team's only source, you know, of AP. So no one on the side of Nord is going to be building magic resist, right? They're just not going to do it. So he should be doing a lot of damage. Alex here, it's found Nilly.
I don't know if he's going to be able to chase. He comes in with the knock-up. Nilly's actually doing a lot more damage to Alex than maybe expected. Flashes away from him. Alex's damage is huge, but Baron's going to get started up in the meanwhile. Teleport available to both of them. As you can see, Alaric trying to do the zoning duty. Sergios getting in close. Baron's going to come down. There's the equalizer to separate the team, to draw a line. Alaric taking a lot of damage in the meanwhile. Alex no ultimate. Romeo going very low. Nata remains untouched. The Sturgios is next up on the target for him. They're going to continue the chase, but they're going to peel off and pull back towards Baron.
That ain't it. That ain't it for Nord. Ecstasy was just hard zone that entire fight. Sturgios has to find the hero still. He's jumped in. It's far too early.
Oh, he's kidnapped away by Built. Built with the all-out's going to keep the pressure in. Sturgios goes down. Baron is quick to follow. Ruddy going to be able to take the reset. Ecstasy does get the mid-tier 2 as an answer out. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, so it's going to have to be a quick recall from Ruddy, as they do not want to give Soul Point over to the enemy team.
I think Nord had potential to play that fight there, but Ecstasy was just not able to get in. Unfortunately for Nord, they all dive forward. They push forward. And that's just not what Nord wants to do, especially when Ecstasy, you know, you need to have him be around. Absolutely, that is just a non-negotiable. He has to be in the fight. He has to be protected. He has to be enabled. And they did not do that in the slightest. And as such, it was a really, really easy team fight for Ruddy to just mop up and make it their own. And as such, it's now, you know, 7,000 gold lead here. The Baron's being picked up. This will be Soul Point right now for Ruddy too. We mentioned a little bit about the gold difference here before. A lot of it is just on Kit Rukin, and obviously being the only AP, that's really, really nice for Ruddy. But still, outside of that, you can see like 2k being on the supports. That's not a big deal. And then from the carries perspective, Nord's actually the ones in the lead from mid and in bot. So there's still hope, right? That is a bit of a deceptive gold gap right there because of where the gold is being allocated. But Nord have to find a way to get Ecstasy to make it work.
Hex Flash. Not going to go in. They're going to full commit. The equalizer comes down. They do throw down the ultimate, but Nata, he's popped the ult. Nilly is taking so much damage. Look at the tumble. Nata dodges away from Sturgios. Ecstasy's low HP. So is Nilly. But look at Nord. They're trying to find the turnaround, but down they go. 2 members. Crumble make that 3. Sturgios falls. Triple kill for Nata. Chasing for the quadra kill. He's got the passive as he will go for Nilly. Nilly goes for the hero play. Nata dodges back, and there's the quadra kill for Nata.
Quadra kill, easy peasy, as you like. Sits around, doesn't have to do too much in the lane phase. But these team fights, insane. The power of the Vayne right there. And that's what you like. These two teams coming into this game, both 4-2, both looking like the best teams. And let's be honest, Ruddy made this one look easy. They didn't always make the right decision. They didn't always do the best thing. But at no point did it really look like these guys were in any doubt of winning this game. Ruddy, they are a scary, scary team.
Ruddy are, again, just out-handsing everybody in the league. Every time they go toe-to-toe, they win those fights. And I will admit, I think Elix could have been a little bit of a weak spot in that game. But, I mean, overall, Elix is just, you know, he's proven himself. So I think you're allowed an off game, to be completely fair. But I will say...
He's just a psycho.
Yeah, he was. He
is just a psycho
bit too
gamer.
psycho that game.
It is. He's like the worst player for you to play against in solo queue, because no matter what he does, even if he does dumb things and puts himself really far behind or dies a lot, he will still be useful. Like we saw in that Nash fight, right? That Nash fight that happened, that was the one that led up to the end of the game. He just completely zoned Ecstasy away. He didn't even have ulti. He just knows what he's doing. He knows the limits of these champions. He knows how to play these kind of champions. He's always a threat.
Yeah. Absolutely huge game there from Ruddy, who absolutely crushed Nord. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, then we're back. We'll have interviews and a breakdown of the day, so we'll see you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
And at the end of the day, a team actually looks for the North and takes them down, ready with the victory, putting themselves tied up for first place, because there's always a tied first place in summer 2024. But how did this happen? Because Nord were looking good at the beginning as well. It was a fair fight until it wasn't.
With an exceptionally based AD carry pick Arsharon, I'm afraid the answer is merely simple. Vayne gets locked in versus 2 tanks. I'm loving life. Doesn't get punished early on well enough at all, and Nata just ran over Nord in those team fights.
True! Vayne is one of the most based picks in League of Legends, man. It's one of the most underrated ones. There are so many good rotations to do it, especially with this like tank top meta we've been having this whole time, and without enchanters getting the needed buffs that they need to stand up in the current meta. So there are loads of scenarios where enemies gonna have double tank melee scenarios, and now with lethal tempo AD carries being moved out as well, you're getting more carries put in mid lane. Guess what? They're all melee. Perfect Vayne opportunities. The season began good for Vayne. It's getting better. Nata's Vayne, absolutely beautiful. I said he's normally a one-split wonder, and that was a wonderful performance that he put on with that Vayne today. Hopefully he keeps up this strength, keeps delivering me those points, because it's a perfect day for me. A perfect day for me, dude. And a perfect day for Initialize, who unfortunately can't be with us to celebrate being so based, awesome, intelligent, smart, and sexier than everybody else. That isn't us three.
Well, this is how you look into the game. You talk about predictions. Let's talk with Memento from Nord to understand a little bit more about this game. And welcome to the interview, Memento.
Thank you.
We get to
Thank
see
you. I'm glad to be here.
Sergios on the game, and we don't get to interview him and flame him, so it's your job now.
Yeah, it's quite a peculiar situation, but unfortunately we had to sub in Sturgis today. And yeah, overall I think Ruddy played better. That's pretty much it. We weren't able to capitalize on the Vayne pick in the early game, and then we took some fights, especially around second dragon, that kind of blew open the game when we were in kind of a decent spot, and then we kind of out-team fought them when they had Nash and they were sieging. But overall, like, it is what it is. I think they played better. We gave a good attempt. I'm proud of the guys. They haven't scrimmed at all, so with Sergio, so it was just a random like last-minute emergency sub. So considering that, I'm happy with at least that they gave their best and tried.
Obviously, there are some limiting factors on the situation and on this matchup, this so anticipated matchup, which means that the next one will be even more interesting. We finished the first half of the split. How do you look into what Nord did?
I mean, I'm pretty positive that we'll finish with a pretty high in the standings. I think the team's progression has been very good so far. I think the second half of the split will be a lot better. I mean, we dropped 3 games, so yeah.
We've been talking with teams throughout the day, and everybody keeps saying the same thing. Only one team didn't say it. We want to face Nord. We want rematch versus Nord. It's Nord I want to beat. How does it feel to be the center of attention? Everybody was looking to beat you up. Like, this is concerning.
Yeah, but I mean that's good. That's good. I mean, I like the competition. I think it just means that we're probably the team to beat, because I think we've beaten most of the teams, and I think we're looking as the most consistent team besides today. But overall, I think the team has been looking pretty good. I'm happy with the progress they've made. The guys are putting in a lot of effort. They're giving their best, and yeah, I'm pretty confident the next split. I guess the second half of the split will be even better than the first half.
Love it. Thank you so much for the interview and the time to do it, and I'll see you soon. Best of luck for the second half.
Thank you. Take care.
They need like a cop or something, because everybody's looking after them.
I mean, you didn't ask the key question that I really wanted to know, though. Why didn't Memento sub in? I actually would have been terrified if Memento had subbed in.
But it seemed like he was like already done. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna bother him, because I wanted to say like, why not you? Why Sturgis?
I mean, the return of Memento probably would have thrown a big spanner in the works when it came to the predictions race, for sure. I will say, I think that draft that Nord had is very, very difficult to come back from once you start falling behind. If you have winning side lanes, it's good. If you don't have winning side lanes, you really lack the wave clear and obviously the threat in that particular situation that you would need to be able to stall out the game until you can start winning those side lanes again. So I think if they ever lost control of the game, it would have been very, very difficult for them to be able to come back. And ultimately, the first time they lost, it was kind of over from there on out. It's a matter of closing for Ruddy.
And this sets up an appetizer as well for when both teams meet up again. with all their players and everything. I like this idea. It was anticlimactic, but at the end of the day, it's like a setup for future. And talking about the future, let's look into the past and understand the standings as we finish the first half of the split with Venomcrest, DMG, and Ruddy tied up in first place. The Northern Light side in fourth, second place. I want to say fourth, or Rudu is going to lose it. Verdant is on sixth place. Natives following up, and then Blue White still searching for their first victory. I'm going to leave this up, or I was going to leave the standings up, and I would like you to tell me how do you feel at the end of the first half of the split. If you can bring up the standings, please do let me know.
Sorely disappointed. We only have 3 teams tied at the top as opposed to the 5 that we had going into the day. Now, obviously, it was not possible, really, after the way the standings laid out for it to stay at 5. But I'm pleasantly surprised by DMG and by Venomcrest. I think Ruddy coming into the season could have arguably been given a bit of a favourite shout as well. But DMG have done a great work with their tops, obviously topside with Bucci stepping really into the fold. And then I'd like to say that Bitsa as well has really stepped up in the most recent weeks to keep this DMG roster at the top of the table.
All eyes on natives. A good way to think about the disparities is how many weeks it would take to catch up. And right now, if all the rest of the league start winning against each other, natives would need at least 2 weeks to be able to catch up to the top spot Venomcrest have. So you're starting to see people pull away. It's going to take longer than a week now, which is what we've been at until this point, for the standings to significantly change. Now, we are starting to see disparity and difference, and we're into the second half of the split where you can't afford to be, as you like to say, you can't afford to be experimenting, to be trying out things, to be finding your form, any of this stuff. Now it starts to be do or die. Natives have had all of their room for errors. They now need to show what they've learned.
Now and ever for all teams, if you want to make EMEA Masters, and also if they want to be the conquerors of the Northern League of Legends Summer Split 2024. But with that in mind, you can also win by joining the Fantasy League on Twitter and winning one of these 3 prizes. Obviously, the first one is just enticing. The second one is going to be those headsets we keep using on broadcast. The Steel City Xerox 5, which belonged to Middlecott, but we're just waiting for this to be over so we can return it. And eventually, there will be a webcam, I hope. I'm just praying for Steel Cities. But yeah, these are the prices you can get at the end of the league if you're capable of being the best on the Fantasy League. Well, it's not a fantasy, it's the schedule of tomorrow, because we need to know what's going to happen and what games we're going to have, because it's time for rematch, revenge, and that will be probably the most interesting storylines we're going to be building up. If we have the schedule, we will bring it. There you go. So we're going to start with Ruddy versus Blue Whites. This is going to be a tough one on Blue Whites. Light Side versus DMG, Natives versus Nord, and then Verdant versus Venomcrest.
Yeah, 3 big games, honestly. Obviously, Ruddy versus Blue Whites, we're kind of anticipating that one is a fairly convincing Ruddy victory, but the rest of these games all have good chances of potential upsets depending on who's jungling for Nord tomorrow. Natives very easily have a possibility of finding a win there. Wow. The Verdant versus Venomcrest roster, same sort of token of very close teams in the standing. So 3 games could very easily be very entertaining.
I mean, natives are running the Crucible, especially because I have been told that actually the reason that Memento wasn't playing as he was supposed to play, but they actually weren't able to send the information on time. That's what led to Sergio's playing instead of Memento. So in a similar situation, natives would be facing against the version of Memento the version of Nord that has Memento when it all has their starting jungler that they have trained as a 5-man unit with that whole time. So either one sounds scary to me. Natives, we were just saying they need to start winning now, and they go up against DMG and Nord pretty much immediately off the bat. That's a very, very difficult gauntlet for them to have to get through. So good luck to them. I will be looking at their games probably the most closely, because if they turn out to be a solidified bottom team, we can start talking about a bottom of the table, a middle of the table, a top of the table in a real kind of sense.
It could be a build-up of a new miracle run for another team in Summer Split. Well, talking about miracles, you got a perfect day, didn't you, veteran? So let's bring it up.
Lovely stuff. The right-hand side of the board.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Nice and clean. Who are the big losers? Who inted today? Looks like, honestly...
Hip-Brain. No.
Most down, it's Foxdrop with the 5 loss, and then Duckling with a 4.
No, Hip-Brain got double 5s. Yeah, it's just 1 point each. I keep not looking at the points. Yeah, no, you're right.
It's not bad. Everybody did good.
Oh. I respect going for the blue whites though, right? Like if you get the blue whites correct and you get that perfect day that no one else does, oh my lord, yeah. Whereas, like I can't get a unique one, but given that I am already at the top of the standings, holding with like the safe picks is the best play for me until we get towards playoffs. Oof. As we can see right there, 38-38, me and Initialized guest on 30. Equalizing with Voodoo now, Voodoo catching up to the spot that isn't even a one consistent brain. And then everyone below just, why? Like, why even
it's
turn
embarrassing
up
for those people,
why even get out of bed? Yeah, like, like...
You know what? Let me just get in and just say something. I would like to give a word of appreciation. Nobody is on negatives this time.
True, actually. Yeah, no one is. This is... I'm surprised about Foxtrot.
Okay.
I mean, I'm surprised about Foxtrot being like, I would say that. Foxtrot came up like second last time round, so he was really high up on the standings last time. So I do expect him fully to overtake Middlecott, and the world will start to heal as Middlecott falls back to last place in the standings in a system that he created, by the way.
Yes, sir.
We also have like playoffs extravaganza, right, where we get double points for perfect and awful days. There's a lot more weighting on points because there's just less to bet on. So you know, there's a real world where the playoffs throw big spanners into works once again. The plus or minus 48 swing is very real.
Yeah, keep that in mind because everything can change. Foxtrot may still catch up, and somehow Duckling might still go negative. So we don't know about that, but we do know we'll be back tomorrow at the same time with the games we just showed you today. It's the first day of the second half of the split of Summer Split 2024. So if you think about missing, don't do it. Until then, keep climbing, never stop. NLCs.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Shoulders, I'm showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. was told, watch the fire burn away.